before we dive straight in, let's talk about the tools you need to take this course. In this course, I'm going to use VS Code or Visual Studio Code, along with a few extensions for starting a local web server, formatting our code, and accessing coding shortcuts. You're welcome to use whatever code editor you want if you know what you're doing, but otherwise head over to code.visualstudio.com and download the latest version of VS Code. Now here inside of VS Code, we're going to install a couple of extensions. So let's open the extension panel and let's search for Prettier. Here's the extension that we want to install, Prettier Code Formatter. With this extension, we can format our code and make it look cleaner. And this is a very popular extension. As you can see, it's been downloaded more than 46 million times. So over here, you're going to have an install button. Just click it and you'll be done. Next, we're going to install another extension called Live Server. With this extension, we can launch our website on a local development server to test things out. Again, this is a very popular extension. It's been downloaded more than 50 million times. Now, the final extension we're going to install is going to be Mithril Emmet. This extension is going to give us access to shortcuts when writing HTML code, which you will see throughout the course. Now, in addition to this, we're also going to use a web browser to test our web pages. Again, you can use whatever browser you want, but in this course, I'm going to use Google Chrome, and I encourage you to use the same browser so you can easily follow the course. Now that you have all the tools you need, let's jump straight into the crash course. Yo, what's up, and welcome to the JavaScript crash course here at ASAP Frontend. I'm actually pretty impressed to see that you've made it this far into the course, because most people get to HTML and they get to CSS, and when things get a little bit hard, they just can't cut it. So the fact that you've even made it to JavaScript puts you in the top 20% of people learning to code. So give yourself a huge pat on the back. I'm super proud of you. And I've also got some really good news for you. The most important parts of web development boils down to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Once you go through the struggle of getting good at these three, the rest of your web development journey is going to be a breeze. And I say that from experience. From that point on, coding actually becomes kind of fun. And also, all you need to land that first internship or junior job is a solid foundation of knowledge on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. That was all that was required of me to land my first junior role. And of course, I did know JavaScript frameworks like React, but I didn't even use those on the job. So getting really good at these three will take you so far. And once you put in that hard work and you land your first junior role or internship, your life is practically on easy mode. You learn from the senior engineers on the job, and you're just naturally getting better way faster than you were learning on your own. And then 1 to 2 years down the line, you're going to be so good that you're going to move up from that 60 to 70K junior role to the 100K plus salaries that you've wanted all along. So here's how you're going to learn JavaScript well to make sure that that happens. So we're going to start off with the crash course, and that's what you're watching right now. In the crash course, you're going to be learning all of the fundamentals. So we're going to take everything you need to know about JavaScript and squeeze it all into this one video. To make the most out of this video, I want you to be taking notes, coding along, and doing all the exercises I tell you to do, rewinding and rewatching the parts that you didn't quite understand. And don't feel bad rewatching parts of the video 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. The point of this video is just for you to absorb all of the knowledge. You're not meant to be an expert, but just try and kind of understand everything that's going on. Try and get a basic idea of how everything works. And this async JavaScript video here is the same thing. It's another crash course. Just try and kind of understand everything that's going on. Take your notes, rewind when you get stuck. And it's in these videos here, these exercises, that everything is going to start to come together. We're going to take all of the theory you learned and then put it into practice to drill these fundamentals into you. So don't worry if you get stuck in these crash courses. Just keep pushing through, keep taking your notes, and trust me, everything will come together in these videos. So now that we have that out of the way, let's jump straight into this crash course. You're probably super excited to get into things, but you're also probably super confused, thinking, what the hell even is JavaScript? What do we even use it for? Well, JavaScript actually allows us to bring our websites to life and make them interactive. And let me give you some examples. So right now we're at asapfrontend.com, and how I'm able to open and close this sidebar is all JavaScript. How I'm able to open and close this pop-up is also JavaScript. If I head to any video, you'll see that because we are logged in, the video is going to show, but as soon as we log out, bang, we get this pop-up here telling us to log in and make an account. And the simple act of logging in and logging out is also JavaScript. So you can see just how powerful JavaScript is. The entire functionality of the website, how everything is actually able to work, is because of JavaScript. And the same goes for all of the big websites that you're used to seeing every single day. That's the Googles, the Netflixes, the Instagrams, the Facebooks. All of these websites are run by JavaScript, which is why they pay their JavaScript developers $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 a year, because JavaScript is so damn important to running their websites. And what we can do now is we can hit inspect element, and if we head to our console, in here we can actually write some JavaScript code. So if I write something basic like 5 plus 5, you can see we're going to get 10. But let's have a little fun just to show you how powerful JavaScript can be. So I'm going to get the HTML document. I'm going to use query selector, and I'm going to grab the body. I'm going to access its styles, and I'm going to give it a background of red. And if I hit enter, bang, you can see that now our page has a background color of red. So if we head to our elements tab, you'll see that if we go to the body, you can see that a background of red has actually been applied to it just with this single line of code. So that's just a little glimpse into what's possible with JavaScript. And by the end of this video, you're going to understand what all of this stuff means. So right now I'm writing JavaScript in the console just to give you a little bit of an introduction to the language, which is cool. But typically we wouldn't be writing JavaScript in the console like this. We would usually be writing our JavaScript code in a code editor like VS Code. So let's go ahead and do that instead. So what I'm going to do is go ahead, head to my desktop, and I'm going to create a new folder here. And let's call this JavaScript crash course. And what I'm going to do now, drag and drop this into VS Code. And now the first thing I'm going to do is create a HTML file. So index.html, get this boilerplate using Emmet abbreviation. And then from there, once we've done that, we can go ahead and create our JavaScript file. Now we can call this whatever, but a really common name that we use for JavaScript files is script.js, or we have index.js, and we have app.js. And for today, I'm just going to use app.js. And now what I'm going to do is, first off, let's zoom in a little bit, is I'm going to head back to my HTML file. And within the head element, within these head tags, I'm going to create a script element using the Emmet abbreviation. And what this is actually going to be used for is to import this JavaScript file. So within this src attribute, we have to type in the name of our JavaScript file, which in this case is app.js. And now what we want to do is open with live server. So right click on our HTML file, hit open with live server, and that's actually going to go ahead and open our live server where we can test our code. And then what I'm going to do is put our live server to one side of the screen and put my VS Code to the other. And now what we want to do is just make sure that our JavaScript file is hooked up and working with our HTML file correctly. And in order to do that, we're going to open our console. We're going to head back to our JavaScript file. And within that, we're going to console log. And let's just type something in here. And if everything is working right, our JavaScript file is hooked up correctly. Whatever we typed in within our console log here should be printing in the console. And if you don't see this in the console, well, that means something's gone wrong. So I want you to head back to your HTML file Just make sure that you've typed down everything correctly, that you've got no typos, and this file name is the same as this file name, and then everything should be working. We should be able to create another console log, and whatever we type within it should also show up in our console. So now that we've set everything up, we can jump straight into the nitty gritty. We're going to be covering 7 extremely important JavaScript topics in this video. The first of which is going to be variables and data types. So write this down as a heading in your notes and let's jump straight into this. Let's start off by talking a little bit about what data types actually are. It's a lot simpler than it looks. Data types just allow us to organize the data in our code into different categories. That's it. And JavaScript gives us several different kinds of data types that we can actually use. So the data in our code can either be a string, a number, a boolean, undefined, or null. And we're going to be going through what each of these are one by one. But before we do that, let's briefly go over the basics of all of these. And once we do that, we can get down to the nitty gritty details of each data type. So let's start off with strings. And as you can see, strings are going to be any sort of text value. So whenever we want to write out some text, it's going to be stored in what we call a string. And next we have number, and that's pretty obvious. It's literally just a number. So we have 5, 6.5, 8, 100. All of these numbers here are going to be classed under the number data type. And next we have the Boolean data type, and this looks really intimidating, but it's literally just true or false. That's it. And where we might use the Boolean data type in the real world is when logging a user in. So logged in would be a true or false variable. If logged in is equal to true, then show the video. If logged in is equal to false, don't show the video. And then we have undefined and null, and they both basically mean the same thing. They both mean nothing. So no value at all. So if you head to ASAP Frontend and you look at your account settings, you'll see that if you have a VIP Plus subscription status, you will see this Discord field. This is so we can add you to the private Discord community. But if you don't have a VIP subscription, you won't see this Discord field at all. And that's because we don't need to take this data. So we'd set your Discord field to nothing, no value at all, using null or undefined. So now that we kind of have a basic idea of what each of these data types do, let's take a deeper dive into what's possible with each data type individually, starting off with strings. So like I mentioned earlier, strings are pretty much just text. And how we use a string is we create 2 quotation marks, and anything that goes within those 2 quotation marks becomes a part of that string. So you can see here we have a string that says ASAP Frontend is the best. But strings aren't just limited to the alphabet. We can put anything within a string. For example, we have numbers within this string here, and that's completely valid. We also have special symbols and characters within this string here, and that's also completely valid. We can even have emojis within a string, and that's also completely valid. So to summarize, to use the string data type, we just create 2 quotation marks, and then anything that goes within those 2 quotation marks also becomes a part of that string. So let's now dive back into our code to show you this in action. So you can see that we've actually already used strings before in our code. And like I mentioned earlier, to create a string, what did we do? We created the 2 quotation marks, and then we put the text that we want within the quotation marks, and this becomes our string. So if we change this to hello world, you'll see that whatever we put within this string, which in this case is hello world, is what is going to show up in the console. And like I mentioned earlier, we can also put all sorts of stuff within this string, but as long as it goes between these 2 quotation marks, it's completely valid and it's going to become a part of this string, and it's still showing up in the console. No issues at all. And on a side note, don't get confused about what this console log actually is. All it does is take whatever we put within these parentheses, which in this case is our string, and then print that out to the console. Now, there's actually several ways we can create strings in JavaScript. The first of which being using the double quotes, like I mentioned. But JavaScript also lets us use single quotes or even backward ticks, which is usually next to the number 1 key on your keyboard to create a string. So you can see it's working completely fine, and it's the same thing as using double quotes. But no matter which of these options you choose to create your string, having quotes is 100% necessary, or else you can see JavaScript does not like it. We're getting an error in the console. So again, no matter which of these you use, make sure to use quotes when you want to create your string. What we can also do is add strings together. So if we turn these into two separate strings, so we're going to give them their own 2 quotation marks, and we're going to add them together, you can see that that's going to produce the same result in the console. Because what we've done is we've taken 2 separate strings, and when we add them together, they're going to merge together into one big string. And that's what we see in the console. Let's take a look at another example. Let's say ASAP front end. And when we add those together, they're going to become one long string. And you can see that in the console. Now I'm quickly going to add a space between these 2 words. So I'm going to add a space within this string here. And you can see that spaces are also counted as part of the string. But what's really important is that you're making sure you're creating 2 separate strings, right? So you need to have an opening and closing quote for both of the strings. And if you've done that right, JavaScript will let you know through the coloring. So these 2 separate strings will be orange, and then this plus sign will be white. And that's JavaScript's way of saying, yep, I know these are 2 separate strings, and that you're adding them together. But if you've done it wrong and you've forgotten to add a opening or closing quotation mark somewhere, JavaScript will let you know. It'll give you some errors with the squiggly lines, or it'll show this plus sign as orange, and you can see that the plus sign is now part of the string. So have an opening and closing quote for both of your strings, and you should be fine. Another thing that we can do with strings is we can actually access specific characters. So for example, if we only wanted to know the first index, the first character of the string, JavaScript actually allows us to do that. And you might be thinking, when the hell would we want to do that? When the hell would we want to get the first character of a string? Well, this is actually way more common than you think. If you look closely, you can see that I'm using Google Chrome, and my profile picture is actually the first character of my name. And if we head to ASAP Frontend, we also do the same thing. Your profile picture is the first character of your name. And how this is done at Google and how it's also done at ASAP Frontend is we store your name within a string, and then we access the first character of that string and use it for the profile picture. In order to figure out how we do this, we have to first talk about how string indexing works in JavaScript. And I know that sounds very complex, but it's actually pretty simple, and we're going to break it down together. So let's take this string for example. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 characters within this string. Now, each and every single character in this string is going to have a special number attached to it that's going to allow us to access these characters individually. And we call that an index. And we want to access this first character here, this first letter, which means we want to access the first index. So what number is the first index? In programming, the first index always starts from 0. This is a very important concept to understand, and lots of beginners make the mistake of thinking that we start from 1. And although that does make the most sense, in programming, that's not the case. We always start our indexes from 0. And then from there, we move on to 1, 2, and 3 respectively. So now we know how indexes work. We know that each character in our string has a special number attached to it called an index. And the first index starts from 0, and then we work our way up from there. But then how do we use indexes to grab specific characters from a string? Well, let's head back to our code and figure out how. So let's go ahead and change this string to ASAP. So in order to access a specific character of a string, we use these square brackets. And what this tells JavaScript is, hey, I have a string here and I want to access a specific character from that string. And it's within these square brackets that we specify the character that we want to access using its index. So let's say we wanted this first character of the string, right? We wanted this first letter. Well, if you remember, the first character of a string always has an index of 0, and we work our way up from there. So if we want to access the first character, all we have to do is type in 0 within the square brackets, and then JavaScript is going to give us the first character of this string in the console. And we could type in anything in here. So let's type in Google, and we're still going to get the first letter of the string in the console. And remember, these indexes go up incrementally. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it goes up from there. So if I give this an index of 1, that's going to give us the second letter. Index of 2, that's going to give us the third letter. 3, that's going to give us the fourth letter. So now let's do a little bit of a challenge. Let's type in ASAP frontend within this string. And what I want you to do is print out to the console the last letter of this string. This will be a fun little challenge to apply what you've learned so far. So definitely give it a shot. I'll give you a couple of seconds to go ahead and do that. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find a solution. If you didn't, don't worry. We're going to be getting tons more practice with JavaScript as we go through this video and the rest of the course. But for now, let's walk through the solution together. So we want to get the last character of this string. And we know that indexes start at 0 and then go up from there. So we start off at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So this last character should have an index of 12. And if we type that inside of these square brackets, we should get this lowercase d printing out in the console, and we do. Now, if you solve this problem on your own, this is probably the way you did it. But what if I told you there was an even better way that we could do this? But in order to show you that, there's actually another really cool thing that I have to show you about strings. So when we use strings, we also get access to the dot length property. And if we hover over this, JavaScript actually tells us what this dot length property does. It returns the length of a string. So here we have a string with 1, 2, 3, 4 characters. So when we use the dot length property on this string and we log that to the console, what are we going to get? Well, app.js on line 2 is printing 4 to the console. So that's this console log right here. And it's printing 4 because we have 1, 2, 3, 4 characters within this string. If we add another character, we now have 5 characters, and that's what's getting printed to the console. If we remove 2 more, we have 3 characters in our string, and that's what's getting printed to the console. So why am I showing you this dot length property? Why is it useful for getting the last character of a string? Well, what I'm going to do to better explain this is create a variable. Now, you aren't expected to understand this at all. We're going to be going in detail with variables later on in the video, but for now, I'm just going to create a variable with a name of string, and this variable is going to store this string right here. So now if I console log this variable, you see it's going to show the string because this variable is now storing this value. And I can also use the square brackets, and within it, I'm going to specify I want to grab the first character of our string, and that's also going to give us the same result that we expect. So you can see that this variable is the exact same thing as just using the string normally. And don't worry, we're going to be going more in detail with variables later on in the video. And since it's the same thing, what we can also do is use this dot length property on this variable, and that's going to give us the length of this string in the console. But the real reason why this dot length property is so cool is we can take our string and we can say that we want to grab a specific element. And within here, we can get the string dot length and we can subtract 1. And that's always going to give us the last character of this string, no matter what the string is. So you can see that the last letter of our string is printing to the console. So that's a lowercase d. But if I change this to, let's say, a capital Z, that's going to print in the console. X, that's going to print in the console. Y, that's going to print in the console. And why is that? Well, what you'll notice is this last index here on any string will always be equal to the string's length take away 1. So for example, here we have a string with 4 characters. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. So the string has a length of 4. And what you'll see is that the last index is equal to 3, which is 4 take away 1. And the reason why this happens is because our indexes start from 0. So that means the last index is always going to be the string's length take away 1. Now you might be feeling a little bit overwhelmed because this stuff right here is a tad bit on the more advanced side of JavaScript. But do not worry, throughout this video and the rest of the course, we're going to be going through this stuff over and over and over to the point where this stuff will just be second nature to you. But I just wanted to quickly show you that you can get any string's length, take away 1, and that's going to give you the last character. And with that, I have some good news for you. That's practically all of the important stuff that you need to know about strings. We create them with quotation marks and then put whatever we want within them. We can add strings together, and we can access particular characters within a string by using the square brackets. And once you've finished taking notes on all of this stuff, we're good to move on to our next data type. And that is going to be the number data type. Now this one isn't too hard to understand. You're probably already familiar with this stuff. We have our whole numbers, our decimal numbers, and our negative numbers, and they all fall under the number data type. And in JavaScript, we use numbers pretty much the way that you'd expect them to be used. We can add them, subtract them, multiply them, divide them, and JavaScript also gives us a couple more cool things that we can do with numbers that I want to show you. So let's jump back into our code to see what's possible with numbers. So like I mentioned earlier, we can do all of the basic stuff we'd expect with numbers, so we can add them together. 5 plus 5, that gives us 10. 5 take away 5, that's going to give us 0. 5 times 5, and the multiply symbol in JavaScript is this little star sign here, this asterisk, and that's going to give us 25. And finally, we can divide numbers. So the divide symbol in JavaScript is this /, and that's going to give us 1. So if I was you, the notes I would be taking down right now are in JavaScript, and in programming in general, we use the star sign for multiplication, and we use the / for division. And JavaScript and programming in general also respects the order of operations. Now, what the hell does that even mean? Well, let me show you. Let's take 1000 and let's divide it by, and in brackets, we're going to say 5 divided by 5. You're going to see that we're going to get 1000 divided by 1. So what that means is JavaScript is calculating what's within the bracket first. And then from there, it will calculate everything else. So you can see it's going to go within the brackets and it's going to do 5 divided by 5. That's equal to 1. Then it's going to go 1000 divided by 1. And that's going to give us 1000. Another cool thing that we can do with numbers is calculate remainders. And what do I mean by this? Well, let's first clear out our console by hitting Control and L, or just hitting this button here. And if we write down, say the number 10 and the % sign, and let's say 3, we're going to get the number 1 in the console. And that's because 10 divided by 3 would leave a remainder of 1. But if we change this to something like 9, which divides perfectly into 3, you're going to see that we're going to get 0 because there would be no remainder. It divides perfectly into 3. But if we go back up to 10, we're going to get a remainder of 1. 11, we're going to get a remainder of 2. And 12, we're going to get a remainder of 0 because it divides perfectly into 3 with no remainders at all. Now, we hardly ever use this, but it's good to know it's here. Now, we can also do all of these calculations with decimal and negative numbers. So we can do 20.5 plus 1. That's going to give us 21.5. We can do the same with negative numbers. We can also calculate remainders. Everything works exactly the same. Now that's pretty much everything important that you need to know about numbers in JavaScript. We can add them, divide them, multiply them, subtract them. We can calculate remainders. And once you have that down in your notes, we're good to move on to our next data type. And that's going to be Booleans. Now, like I explained earlier, Booleans only have two possible values. They can either be true or they can be false. That's it. And you might be wondering, where the hell would we use something like this? But Booleans actually come in really handy when we're using what are called comparison operators. Now we're going to be diving deeper into what those are later on in this video, but let me just give you a little sneak peek of what's possible. So let's head back to our code and let's clear out our console. And let's say we wanted to check if 20 was greater than 30. So this greater than symbol is one kind of comparison operator. And don't let the complex language confuse you, we just use comparison operators to compare two different values. So in this case, we're checking if 20 is greater than 30, and we know that's not the case. 20 is not greater than 30. So this comparison operator is going to return a Boolean that says false, which is JavaScript's way of saying this is false. This is not true. 20 is not greater than 30. But if we try this again and instead say is 30 greater than 20, this comparison is going to return true. And that's JavaScript's way of saying, yes, this comparison is correct. 30 is greater than 20. That is true. And that's really all you need to know about Booleans. False means nope, not correct, not true. And true means correct. Yes, this is correct. So once you know that, once you have that down in your notes, we can move on to our next data type. And that is going to be null and undefined. So like I mentioned earlier on in this video, null and undefined mean nothing. So no value at all. But there's actually a slight difference between the two that's pretty important to know. So when we see null, it means that someone intentionally, specifically went out of their way to say, yep, I want this to have a value of nothing. I know what I'm doing. I want this to have a value of nothing. For example, let's say we wanted this variable to have a value of nothing. Would go ahead and go out of our way to give this a value of null. And this is saying that we intentionally want this variable to have a value of nothing. So we know now that null means intentional nothing. So when we use null, we're going out of our way to say, yep, we want this to have a value of nothing. But undefined means the absence of value. So the value was never set in the first place. It doesn't exist. Now, I know your brain is probably hurting right now because the first time someone explained this to me, my brain was absolutely fried. So don't worry too much about memorizing everything. All you need to understand at this point is that these two, they're slightly different, not exactly the same. That's it. You don't need to memorize why. And while we're here, I'm going to quickly touch on not a number. Now, you're going to get this whenever you try to make some weird calculations. So for example, if you ever try to multiply a string by a number, you're going to get not a number. It's an invalid calculation, so JavaScript's going to freak out and give you not a number. Same thing if we try to do 0 divided by 0. JavaScript is going to freak out. Invalid calculation, not a number. Now, I know this has been a lot to take in such a short amount of time, and I don't want you memorizing definitions of nan, null, undefined. Just take down some notes, try build a basic idea, a basic understanding of everything that's going on, and just keep moving through the video. Memorizing stuff is never going to take you anywhere. Take it from someone who tried. So now that we've covered the most important data types that you need to know, let's move on to the next topic we are going to be covering, and that's going to be variables. Now, this is one of the most important JavaScript topics to understand because you're going to be using them so often. All the data types that we went through, the numbers, the strings, the booleans, the nulls, the undefined, we store those pieces of data inside of variables. But the real power of variables comes because they can be accessed and used multiple times. So for example, let's say we wanted to console log a bunch of the same string. How would typically do this is would have it so all of these different console logs are console logging their own string, right? They all have their own individual string. Now, if we wanted to go in and change all of the values of the strings into something else, we'd have to go in and do it one by one. And that can be really time consuming. So what we can do instead of writing out the same string over and over is we can create a variable store the string that we want to use inside of that variable, and now we can use that variable as many times as we want throughout our code. And now a benefit that we get from this is if we wanted to go through and change the value of each of these individual strings, typically we'd have to go through and change them all one by one. But when we use a variable, we can just change the value of this string in one place, and then it's going to be reflected all across our code. So now that we sort of understand how powerful and useful variables can be, let's walk through how we can actually go about creating variables. Now, JavaScript actually gives us 3 ways to create a variable. The first of which being let, which we briefly saw earlier, const, and var. Now, this third method here, var, is a very outdated way of creating variables, and we practically never use it. Think of it as the Internet Explorer way of creating variables. So the only 2 ways that you really need to worry about is let and const. So let's jump into our code and walk through how we can actually use these to create variables. So we're first going to walk through how we can use let to create variables in JavaScript. So we just start off by typing down the let keyword. So that's this thing right here. And then after this, we want to write down the name of our variable. Now, when you're writing variable names, and this is very important to remember, we don't want to write down meaningless names like, let's say, M, or random letters, X, Y, XYZ. This is super bad practice. And if you're working within a code base and your co-workers and managers see you writing variable names like this, they're going to be pretty unhappy. When you're writing variable names in JavaScript, you actually have to write one that is descriptive and represents what you're actually going to be storing inside of that variable. For example, if we head to ASAP Frontend's account settings, we actually store your email inside of a variable. So what name would we give that variable? Well, we wouldn't give it a random and meaningless name like XYZ or X or Y or a bunch of random letters. We would give it a name like email or user email. And what you're seeing right here is a naming method we use in JavaScript called camel case. And that just basically means when you're writing a variable name, every single word except for the first one is going to have a capital letter. So here we have user email. So user, since it's the first word, wouldn't have a capital letter. But since email is the second word, it's no longer the first word, it would have a capital letter. And then every single word after would also have a capital letter. And the reason why we actually use the camel case naming method is because in JavaScript and in general programming, we're not allowed to have spaces in between words in our variables. Our variables have to be one long word, which is why we use camel case to make it easier to read through these variable names. So now that we've used the let keyword to create a variable and we've also decided on a good variable name, we can go ahead and write down equals. And then after the equal sign, we write down the value that we want to store inside of this variable. So in this case, we want to store the user's email inside of this variable. So let's create a string. Let's write down our 2 quotation marks and let's write down a random email in here. iman@gmail.com. So that's pretty much it. That's how we create variables. We use the let keyword to say we want to create a variable. We decide on a good variable name using camel case and making sure it's actually representing what we're going to be storing inside of the variable. And then after that, we use the equal sign. And after the equal sign, we actually define the value that we want to store inside of this variable. So in this case, it's a string. And within that string, we have an email. But like I mentioned earlier, we can store all sorts of data types inside of this variable. It can be numbers, booleans, null, undefined. It does not really matter. So let's say we wanted to store our age. So we can create a variable called age, and then we can just store our age within that. Now let's create another variable called name. And let's store our name inside of that. And what's actually super cool about using the let keyword to create our variables is that we can actually change the value of these variables down the line. So let's say I grew up, right? Let's say I'm not 17 anymore. Well, I can just grab the variable and change its value to 18. And if we console log that, you can see that the age variable now has a value of 18, even though we initialized it with a value of 17. What we can also do is make this stuff reusable. So instead of setting the age to 18, let's get the age variable and let's set it to age plus 1. So we're taking the age variable, which has a value of 17, and we're adding 1 to it, and that's going to be the new value of our age variable. And you can see in the console, we still get 18. So when we're setting a new value to our variables, after the equal sign, we're actually also able to use variables there. And this would be the exact same thing as writing down 17 plus 1. Because you can see here in line 2, we set the age variable to have a value of 17. But the benefit we get from using the variable, instead of hard coding it to a number like 17, is if the age changes, let's say I'm 24 now, and I still want to increase it by 1, this is automatically going to have a value of 24 as well, because it's equal to whatever the value of this variable is over here. So that's going to save us a lot of time because we don't have to go to different areas of our code to change values. All we need to do is change the value over here and it's automatically going to change here as well, which makes our code more reusable. So now we know how to create variables using let. Let's take a look at how we can create variables using const. But before we dive into that, there's actually something I want to quickly show you. Let's head to our HTML file and let's go within our body. And do you remember how we could create comments by hitting Control and /? And within here, we could type in some stuff that would make our code easier to read down the line. Well, we can actually do the same thing with JavaScript. So let's head back to our file. And at the top here, let's create a comment by hitting Control and /, or we can just type down / and that's going to have the same effect. And just like HTML, we use these comments to explain what our code is actually doing. So in this case, let's say we're talking about the let keyword method to create variables. Now, writing comments in your code while you're coding along with these kind of videos, and even when you're building projects on your own, is a really good practice and it'll help you learn a lot more. But at the same time, you don't want to be writing comments for every little thing in your code. For example, we're explaining what this variable does, stores user email. And then we're explaining what this variable does, stores age. This is pretty obvious based on the name of the variable. So, of course, write comments, but balance is key. Don't overdo it, but at the same time, don't underdo it. So now that we have that out of the way, let's jump into how we can use the const keyword to create variables in our code. Now, the const keyword is almost identical to the let keyword. So we just write down the const keyword and then we define the name of our variable. So let's say points. We write down the equal sign. And then after the equal sign, we write down the value that we want to store inside of this variable. So let's say 100 points. And then if we go ahead and console log points, we're going to get the value that we stored inside of this variable. But the only difference between let and const variables is if I go ahead and try and change the value of this variable, like I've done over here, it's not actually going to let me. We're going to get an error in the console that says assignment to constant variables. So we're not actually allowed to do this. Once we define a const variable, we're not allowed to change it later in our code. We are not allowed to reassign another value to it. Now, if this is your first programming language, this is probably really hard to wrap your head around. And with this and all of the other stuff you're learning, you're probably feeling super overwhelmed. But learning when and where to use const is a best practice, and it will make you a better developer, which will of course increase your chances of landing that junior developer job and working your way up to those 6-figure salaries. But lucky for you, you're with ASAP Frontend. So throughout the rest of the course, as we build more projects and you become a better developer, we're going to be teaching you when and where to use const, as well as a bunch of other best practices you need to write quality code. But throughout the rest of the crash course, we're going to be using let variables just to make things easier for you to understand, and then we'll sort of ease into using const more often. And with that, we're almost finished with variables and data types. it's time for us to jump into an exercise to apply everything you've learned so far. Now, the exercise we are going to be doing is called currency converter. And our task for this exercise is to convert these US dollars into Australian dollars. And how do we convert US dollars into Australian dollars? Well, all we have to do is times the US dollars by 1.5, and that's going to give you a pretty accurate estimate of how much Australian dollars you're going to be working with. And once we convert our US dollars into Australian dollars, we then want to print that value out to the console. This will definitely be a fun challenge to test what you've learned so far. So pause the video, give this a shot, and once you're done, we can walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution. And if you didn't, that's all good. All that really matters is that you're pausing the video, going ahead and giving the challenges that I give you a shot. Because like I mentioned earlier on in the video, the best way to learn to code is by getting your hands dirty in some code. So now that that's out the way, let's jump into how I would go about solving this problem. So because we have the formula here, the solution is relatively simple. All we need to do is take this USD value right here and then multiply it by 1.5, just like the formula says. And that's going to give us our AUD value, our Australian dollars value. So now that we have our AUD value inside of our variable here, all we need to do is then print that out to the console. So let's remove this comment and let's replace it with our AUD variable. And we're going to see 1.8K in the console. And if we head to Google to fact check this, we can see that 1,200 US dollars does come out to about 1,800 Australian dollars. It's only $14 off, which is a pretty good estimate. So that's our exercise complete, but there's something I want to quickly address before we move on, and that's the use of semicolons. You might have seen me using these throughout the video and felt a little bit confused as to why we use them, but don't get too hung up on them. Think of them as just optional full stops for our lines of code. So if we remove these, we're not going to get any errors because again, they are completely optional. But generally, the best practice is to always use these semicolons at the end of your lines of code. This is the way I do it at work. This is the way that they do it at top tech companies. So that's just something to keep in mind. But don't worry, if you have the prettier extension installed, all you have to do is hit Alt, Shift, and F, and it'll automatically do it for you. So now that we've finished this exercise, there's just one more thing we need to cover, and then we will be done with variables and data types. And that is comparison operators. We briefly touched on these earlier on in the video when we were covering the Boolean data type. So all they really do is just compare two values and then return true or false based on whether that comparison is true or false. And we already played around with a couple comparison operators earlier on in the video, such as greater than and less than. But there's actually a couple more that you need to know about. So let's go through them right now. So as well as greater than and less than, we also have greater than or equal to. So that's if we want to check if a number is more than or equal to another number. And we also have less than or equal to. So that's if we want to check if a number is not just less than, but less than or equal to another number. So let's jump back into our code and see what we can do with these two comparison operators. So we already know with our comparison operators that we compare two values. So let's check if 5 is greater than 5. And then this comparison is gonna return true or false based on whether this comparison is correct, like is it true, or false, which means incorrect. So in this case, we're checking, is 5 greater than 5? Well, no, 5 is not greater than 5. So what is it going to return? It's going to return false, which means, yeah, it's 5 is not greater than 5. This is not true. But let's use one of the new comparison operators we just covered. So let's check if 5 is greater than or equal to 5. And you can see that that comparison is going to return true. Because now we're checking, is 5 greater than or equal to 5? And even though 5 is not greater than 5, well, 5 is equal to 5. So this comparison returns true, which means yes, this is true, this is correct. Now let's check, is 5 less than 5? Well, we're going to get false because that's not true. 5 is not less than 5. But if we use the new less than or equal to operator we just talked about, that's going to give us true, because even though 5 is not less than 5, we're also checking if 5 is equal to 5, which is correct. So these comparison operators here aren't the hardest to understand. It's just typical stuff you'd see in your math class at school. But there's a couple more comparison operators that we need to cover, and these ones can be a little hard to wrap your head around if you're new to programming. And that is equality comparison operators. So in JavaScript, these are the two ways to check if two different values are equal to each other. And the first way we do that is by using this double equal sign. And the second way we do that is by using this triple equal sign. Now, a lot of beginners are used to math class in school and using a single equal sign to compare and check if two values are equal to each other. But in programming, when we use a single equal sign, that assigns a new value, and that's not what we want. So this is the way that we do it in programming. We use double equals or triple equals to compare if two values are equal to each other. So now you might be thinking, okay, but what's the difference between double equals and triple equals? Well, the difference is double equals checks for equal values. So it checks the value on the left and the value on the right, and if they're equal, then it's going to return true. Otherwise, it's going to return false. But the triple equals checks for equal values and types. So if the value on the left and the value on the right don't have the same value and the same data type, well, then it's going to return false. If they do have the same value and data type, then it's going to return true. To make sure you understand this, let's quickly take a look at the examples on the right. So in this first example here, we're using double equals to compare a string with a value of 5 and a number with a value of 5. And since double equals only checks for equal values, this is going to return true because string has a value of 5, number has a value of 5, same value, so it's true, it's correct. But if we run that same comparison, but instead we use triple equals, this is going to return false. And that's because triple equals checks for equal values and types. So even though these two do share the same value, they both have a value of 5, since they don't have equal types, since this is a string and this is a number, this comparison is going to return false, saying it's incorrect because these two don't share the same data type, even if they have the same value. Now let's jump back into our code to see these two in action. So let's remove everything here. Let's create a variable. And within this, let's check the string for double equals the number 4. And now let's go ahead and log this out to the console and see what we get. So in the console, we're getting true. And that's because, like I mentioned earlier, double equals only checks the values. It does not check the types. But if I change this to a triple equals instead, what's going to happen? It's going to say, hold on, these two have the same value, but they don't have the same type. One is a string and one is a number. So let's return false. And for that reason, you almost never want to be using double equals unless you have a specific reason to. Otherwise, always use triple equals because it adds more type safety into our code, which is going to mean we run into less bugs, less annoying errors. And this is a best practice used at practically every single company. While we're already on this topic, there's also something called not equal to. So in order to check if two values are not equal to each other, all we have to do is use this exclamation mark. So if we replace the first equals in triple equals with an exclamation mark, it's going to check if the types and the values are not equal to each other. But if we take the double equals and we replace its first equal sign with a exclamation mark, this is only going to check if the values are not equal to each other. So just think of this as the opposite of double equals. So since double equals returns true here, this is going to return false. And since triple equals returns false here, this is going to return true. And the same applies with regular booleans. We use this exclamation mark to get the opposite. So if we take a true value and we add an exclamation mark in front of it, that's going to give us the opposite. That's going to give us the false. But if we add the exclamation mark in front of false, it's going to give us the opposite. It's going to give us true. So that's really it with our equality comparison operators. We have double equals, which just checks for equal values, triple equals, which checks for equal values and types, and then we have the opposite of double equals, which checks for just not equal values. And then we have the opposite of triple equals, which checks for not equal values and types. Now, like I mentioned earlier, we want to be using triple equals and its opposite to check for equality, unless we have a specific reason to use the others, because these two offer more type safety in our code, which means less random errors and annoying bugs that we have to deal with. And with that, I have some good news for you. We're done with variables and data types. We're now going to be moving on to our next topic, which is going to be conditionals. And this is one of the more fun parts of programming that actually brings everything to life. But what do we actually use conditionals for? Well, let's take a look at ASAP Frontend, and this is the example that I always use. If the user has a membership, well then show them the video. If they don't have a membership, well then don't show them the video. This is where we use something called an if-else statement. So let's head back to our code, and I'm going to create a variable called has membership, and I'm going to set this to true. Now, how do we actually go about using an if-else statement? How does it actually work? Well, all we have to do is write down if and follow it by these parentheses, these brackets. And after these parentheses, we have to create our curly braces. So how this works is we have to give our if a condition inside of these parentheses. And if that condition is true, well then any code that we write within these curly braces is going to run. But if that condition is false, if the condition within our parentheses is false, well then we're not going to run the code within our curly braces. For example, let's say we're in the ASAP frontend code base, and we want to check if has membership is equal to true. Does the user have a membership? And if has membership is equal to true, if the user does have a membership, let's say we want to console log show user the video. And what's going to happen, you can see in our console, we're going to see show user the video. And that's because this condition is true. Has membership is equal to true. And since this condition is true, well then the code within our if statement is going to run. But what if we change has membership to false? What if the user no longer has a membership? Well, you're going to see there's nothing in the console anymore, because our code is running and we're getting to line 4 and we're checking if has membership is equal to true. Is this condition true? No, has membership is not equal to true. So we're skipping past these lines of code. We don't need to run what's inside of our if statement. So right now we're checking if the user has a membership, and if they have a membership, we're going to show them the video. But that's only half of the equation. If the user's membership is equal to false, we also want to tell them to log in. So how do we do that? Well, we do this using what's called an else statement. And how it works is very similar to an if statement. We create our curly braces, and then in here we specify the code that we want to run. And what do we do in ASAP frontend? When the membership is false, we tell user to log in. So let's go through what's actually happening in our code right now. So in line 1, we're creating a variable, and within that variable, we're storing a value of true. And on line 4, we're checking if that variable is equal to true. Is has membership equal to true? Does the user have a membership? So it checks this and it says, yep, has membership is equal to true. So let's run the code within this if statement. We console log show user the video, and that's what we see in our console. And what you need to remember is when an if statement runs, so when the code within an if statement runs, the else statement is not going to run. The code within the else statement only runs when we don't run the if statement. So this is only going to run if this condition is false, if it's not true. So if we go ahead and change this to false, our code is going to run. It's going to get to this if statement and it's going to check, is has membership equal to true? No, it's not. It's equal to false. This condition is not true. So we're going to skip past the if statement. We're not going to run the code that's within it, and we're going to run our else statement instead. So we're running this code here. we're logging, tell user to log in to the console, and that's what we see. So now you can see that if-else statements are a lot simpler than they look. All we're doing is saying if this condition is true, we'll go ahead and run this code. Otherwise, if that condition is not true, let's run this code instead. Now, there's also something called an else-if statement. And in order to explain this to you, I'm going to create another variable called signed in, and I'm going to set this to true. So right now we're saying the user is signed in to an account. They're logged in, but they don't actually have a membership. Now, how do we handle this at ASAP Frontend? Well, at ASAP Frontend, if the user is logged in, but they aren't subscribed, we tell them to upgrade their account. And only if they are logged out, if they are not signed in at all, do we tell them to log in. So how do we do this in our code? Well, what we want to do is we want to type in else space if, and then we want to give it a condition. So whenever we want to check for multiple conditions within our if-else statement, that's when we use an else if. So within this else if statement, we know that the user does not have a membership, because if the user had a membership, this if statement would have run and the rest of these lines of code would have been skipped, since only one of these can run. So we're at our else if. We know that has membership is equal to false. The user does not have a membership. So now what we want to do is say, well, if the user doesn't have a membership, are they at least logged in? Are they signed in? Is signed in equal to true? And if that's the case, if this condition is true, well, let's go ahead and tell the user to upgrade their account. So let's go through everything that's going on here one last time. We're starting off and we're checking if has membership is equal to true. Does the user have a membership? If that's the case, let's go ahead and show the user the video. But if that's not the case, if this condition is not true, if the user does not have a membership, well, we're not going to run this line of code and we're going to move on to our else if, and we're going to check, well, if the user does not have a membership, well, are they at least signed in to an account? And if that's the case, well, then we're going to tell the user to upgrade their account. But if none of these are true, if the user does not have a membership and they aren't signed in, we're going to run our else statement and tell the user to log in. And what's really important to remember is that only one of these statements can run. So if we go through our code and this condition is true and we run our if statement, well, that means our code is going to forget those two even exist. We're not going to run our else if, we're not going to run our else. But if this condition is false and we end up running our else if, well, then our code is going to forget about our else. It's going to skip to the next lines of code. And what's also important to remember is you can't have an else or else if without an if, but you can have an if without these two. Now, I know your brain is probably absolutely fried right now, so let's jump into another example. So what I'm going to do is get rid of all this stuff. And let's say we're going to the club, right? We're going to party. And let's say my age is 19 years old. So we're going to create a variable and let's give it a value of 19. And let's say this club has an age limit, right? So you have to be 18 years old or older to get into the club. So let's create an if statement. And let's say if the age is greater than 18, well, that means we meet the age requirement to get inside of the club. So what do we want to do? Well, let's console log. Yep, you may enter the club. And you can see that this if statement is running, as you can see in the console, because it's saying if our age is greater than 18, well, let's go ahead and run this code. So as you can see, our age is 19, and that's obviously greater than 18. So that means we meet the age requirement to get inside the club. So we run this code. However, what's going to happen if our age is 18 on the dot? You're going to see that this if statement is no longer going to run. And that's because we're checking, is 18 greater than 18? Well, it's obviously not, so we're not going to run this code. So let's create another condition for when our age is equal to the age requirement. So we're going to say else if. And we're going to check, since we know that our age is not greater than 18, well, is our age at least equal to 18? And if this condition is true, if our age is equal to 18, well, let's console log. You just turned 18. Welcome. But what's going to happen now if our age is less than the age requirement? Well, we're going to make an else statement, because if our age is not greater than the age requirement and our age is not equal to the age requirement, it's obviously going to be less. Our age is obviously less than the age requirement. And if that's the case, well, let's go ahead and console log "You're too young. Get out of here." So now it's time for a fun exercise. On this last line here, I'm going to change this to "You are X years old. Get out of here." And I'm going to go back up to line 4 and change this to "You are X years old. You may enter the club." And now what your job is going to be is to change this X years old here and X years old there to the actual age of the person trying to enter the club. For example, on line 4, "You are X years old." We want to get the age of the person trying to enter the club and put that in instead of X. And the same thing on line 10. "You are X years old." We want to get the actual age of the person trying to enter the club and replace X with that value. Now, there's a couple ways we can add variables into strings. The first of which is to turn these into two separate strings. And then what we can do is add them together with our number in between. So let's say 25 years old, and then let's just turn this to 25 for now. You can see that we're getting our age inside of our string, and obviously we're going to add some spaces so it looks good. You can see, "You are 25 years old, you may enter the club." But there's actually another way to do this that is way cleaner, and this is the way I personally do it, and it's by using backward ticks on our string. So when we use backward ticks and we replace this X with $, curly brace, this allows us to put all sorts of dynamic values in here, like variables and numbers. So for example, if I type in like 20 years old and I change this age to 20, just so we're able to run this if statement, you'll see that we're going to get "You're 20 years old, you may enter the club." And we can change this to 18, 19, 20, whatever value we want. So again, what your job is going to be is when our age is above 18, you want to show the age. And when our age is lower than 18, you also want to show the age. So pause the video, have a shot, and we'll walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution. And as I always say, if you didn't, it's all good. It's all about just going out and giving these exercises a shot to apply what you've learned so far. So now let me show you how I would go about solving this problem. So in order to show the person's age inside of this string here, inside of these curly braces, we don't want to just use a hard-coded number like 20. We actually want to access the age variable. And now what you're going to see is whatever the person's age is what is going to be shown inside of our string. This is what we call dynamic values, when we have what's inside of our string changing based on the value of this variable. So let's do the exact same thing down here. Let's use our backward ticks. And now that we have our backward ticks, we can use dynamic values with a $, and our two curly braces, and inside of that we can put our variable. And now what's going to happen is whatever the value of this variable is what is going to be filled in over here. So if I change the age to 12, it's going to say "You're 12 years old, get out of here." 14, "You're 14 years old, get out of here." 15, same exact thing. So that was the solution. And again, if you managed to find this on your own, amazing work. But if you didn't, this is how you learn. You go out, you apply the exercises on your own, And when you get stuck, you watch the solution, and the next time you do an exercise, you're going to find that you're actually a little more comfortable doing things on your own. So anyways, I want you to take notes on the if, on the else if, and the else statements. And once you understand those, once you have those down in your notes, we're going to be moving on to the next part of conditionals. And that's going to be comparison operators. Now, I know I went over these earlier on in the video, but I just want to do a brief overview over them again because they are so important. So they compare two values and based on that comparison, return true or false. And some comparison operators that we have available to us are greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, and less than or equal to. And these ones we're all pretty comfortable with because we've used them in math class at school. But the ones we might not be so comfortable with are the equality comparison operators. So we have double equals, triple equals, we have exclamation mark equals, and exclamation mark double equals. Double equals checks for equal values, triple equals checks for equal values and types, and these two are just opposites to their counterparts. So this first one here checks if values are not equal to each other, and this one here checks if values and types are not equal to each other. And another reason I wanted to quickly touch on comparison operators is because now we're going to be jumping into logical operators. And there's two logical operators that we're going to be using. The first is this AND logical operator, so that's this one here. And the second is the OR logical operator, which is this second one right here. So let's start off by diving into the AND logical operator. So the AND logical operator checks if both the left and right side of this expression are true. So if the left and the right is true, it's going to return true. But if any of the sides aren't true, whether it be left or right or both, then it's going to return false. It's only going to return true if both sides are true. So you can see in this example here, the first one is false, but the second one is true. It's still going to return false. In this third example, our first value is true, only our second value is false, still going to return false. And in the last example, both values are false, so it's obviously going to return false. So if the AND operator sees a false value, whether it be on the left or the right, it's automatically going to return false. So let's jump back into our code and remove all of this stuff. And let me show you the AND operator with code because it's much easier to understand when you see it in action. So let's say we're going to the club again, right? We're going to party. So let's create our age and we're going to be 18 years old. And let's say the club has a new rule. You have to have an ID to show proof of your age. But lucky for us, we brought our wallet. So we're going to say let has ID. Do we have an ID? Yes, true. We do have an ID. So our age is 18. We've got our ID. And what we can do now is we can check if. First of all, let's check if our age is greater than or equal to 18. Do we meet the age requirement? Yep, our age is 18. That is greater than or equal to 18. So what can we do? We can console log. And let's say you may enter the club. So now we can see this condition is met, so we're running this code. But what happens if we also want to check if they have an ID? If we wanted to make sure our age was 18 or older, and we wanted to make sure we had an ID to prove it, if we wanted to make sure both were true, that's where we'd use the AND operator that we just talked about. So if our age is 18 and older, and we have an ID with us, if has ID is equal to true, that's when everything is all good and yep, we are allowed to enter the club. Our age is 18 or older. We have our ID to prove it. So both conditions are true, which means we can run this line of code and log this to the console. But what's going to happen if we don't have our ID? Has ID is false, but we're still 18, right? We know we're 18 or older. We meet the age requirement, but we just don't have our ID to prove it. Well, what's going to happen is this is no longer going to log to the console. This line of code is no longer going to run, as you can see over here. And that's because this AND operator checks for both the left side and the right side to be true. They both have to be true. Both of these conditions have to be true in order to run the code within this if statement. So even though our age is above 18, this condition is true. Since has ID is equal to false, we don't have an ID, this if statement is not going to run. So we know now that this AND operator is checking for both the left and the right side to be true. So now let's take a look at our second logical operator, which is going to be the OR operator. So what the OR operator does is check if either its left or right side are true. So what that means is the OR operator is looking for just one true value. And if it finds one true value on either side, then it's going to go ahead and return true. So let's take a look at these examples. So in this first one, we have true values on both sides, so that's obviously going to return true. But in this second one here, our left side is false and only our right side is true. But it's still going to return true. And why is that? Well, that's because we're looking for just one true value. So if one is false and the other one is true, we're still going to return true. And we have the same case in our third example. The left side is true, the right side is false, but we're still returning true because we're looking for just one true value. But it's only in this last example, where neither the left or the right side is true, we can't find a single true value, that we go ahead and return false. So if we head back to our code and we change this AND operator into an OR operator, you're going to see that our code is going to run. And that's because even though has ID is not equal to true, we do not have an ID. Since our age is above 18 and this condition is true, this OR operator is just looking for one condition to be true, and then we're able to run the code inside of this if statement. And that's pretty much the difference between our AND operator and our OR operator. Now I'm going to show you a little trick before we wrap up on logical operators. And that's that if we have a variable that has a Boolean value, we don't actually have to check if it's equal to true. We can just use the variable itself. Because right now, when we run this code, we're basically checking, is false equal to true? And that's going to give us false. But why not just use the false value that's stored inside of this variable in the first place? So we don't have to run any additional comparisons. So now we're just grabbing this Boolean value and we're putting it on the right side of this OR operator. And if we use the AND operator, everything would still work fine. And that's because the right side is false, right? We're putting a false value on the right side of the AND operator. So we're not going to run this line of code. And if our variable was true, we're passing in a true value to the right side of our AND operator. So both conditions are true. And then we run this line of code. But if we want to check if has ID is equal to false, so we actually want this if statement to run when we don't have an ID, when has ID is equal to false. Well, in order to do that, we're going to add an exclamation mark in front of our Boolean value that we grab from our variable. And now what you're going to see is if we have a false value in here, our if statement is going to run. And if we have a true value in here, our code is not going to run. And the reason why this works is because, like I mentioned earlier on in the video, the exclamation mark turns the Boolean into its opposite. So you can see that exclamation mark in front of false will turn it to true. So basically what we're doing here is we're grabbing this false value from the variable, and what we're doing is we're turning every Boolean into their opposite. So we're turning this false value into true. So now we have a true value on the right side of this operator when this is equal to false, which means this code is going to run, and the same vice versa. When we have a true value inside of this Boolean, this is going to convert that true value into its opposite so that we now have a false value on the right side of our AND operator, which means that this code is not going to run. Now, I know you're probably feeling confused as hell right now, and do not worry, that is completely expected. I felt the same way when I was learning this concept when I was starting out. But all you need to remember is that triple equals true is the same thing as just doing this, and triple equals false is the same thing as just putting an exclamation mark in front. Both will give you the same result, but this way is just shorter. But as a beginner, 100% feel free to just continue doing things this way. If that makes more sense to you, if that makes everything easier for you. Like I always say, we're going to be drilling this stuff into you over and over again. So if you don't understand it right now, absolutely no worries at all. So now that we're done with logical operators, we're going to be jumping into our next little section, which is going to be falsy values. Now, all a falsy value is a value that is considered false when converted into a Boolean. So JavaScript actually allows us to convert different data types into Booleans. And a falsy value is basically just any value that gives us false when we turn it into a Boolean. And some values that'll return false when converted into a Boolean are undefined, null, not a number, so nan, zero, an empty string, and false itself. And besides these 6 values here, basically every single other value in JavaScript is considered a truthy value. And a truthy value is just any value that is considered true when converted into a Boolean. So this includes all numbers, so 1, 1000, any strings that aren't empty. So I'm is cool, null, false. So you can see that when it's within a string, JavaScript does not care. As long as we actually have something inside of the string and the string is not empty, it's a truthy value. And our last truthy values, and you might be feeling very confused when you see these, is empty objects and arrays. And we're going to be covering these two later on in the video. Now, the reason I'm even talking about truthy and falsy values is that whatever value we put inside of an if or else ifs condition is automatically converted into a Boolean. So if we put in the number 12 within our condition, the code within our if statement is actually going to run, as we can see in the console. Because again, every single value that we put inside of this condition is converted into a Boolean. And since 12 is a truthy value, it's going to be converted to true. This condition will be true, meaning that the code within the if statement is going to run. And I can actually prove this to you. Let's take a look at this Boolean method given to us by JavaScript. Anything that we put within these two parentheses will be converted into a Boolean. So let's put in the number 12 and see what we get. You can see that when converted into a Boolean, it's going to give us true. So we can use any of these truthy values within our condition and it's going to run. So let's try this one here. Iman is cool. Let's head back to our code and go ahead and change this into Iman is cool. And you're going to see that the code within our if statement is going to run. And that's because this is a truthy value. If we go to the console and convert this string into a Boolean, you're going to see that it's going to give us true. But if we try a falsy value, like an empty string, for example, you're going to see that the code within our if statement is not going to run. And why is that? Well, if we convert an empty string into a Boolean, we are going to get false. So this condition is going to be false, and the code within this if statement is not going to run. So what you need to remember is that any value that we put within our condition is going to be turned into a Boolean, and if the value is a truthy value, well then our code is going to run, but if it's a falsy value, well then our code is not going to run. And if we want to figure out whether a value is truthy or falsy, all we need to do is use the Boolean method given to us by JavaScript, and within the parentheses, put in the value that we want to check. And if it returns false, well then we know it's a falsy value. And if it returns true, then we know it is a truthy value. This is some pretty advanced JavaScript, and if you're feeling confused, don't worry, that's completely normal. We're going to be drilling this stuff into you in the next videos. But for now, all you need to remember is that in order for our code within our if statement to run, we just need to have a truthy value within the condition. And in order to check whether a value is truthy or falsy, just use the Boolean method, and within the parentheses, put in the value that you want to check, and JavaScript will tell you whether it is true, so truthy, or false, meaning the value is falsy. So now that we're done with truthy and falsy values, we're going to be jumping into our next little section, and that is going to be ternary operators. Now, ternary operators are a lifesaver because they're basically a shortcut way to write an if-else statement, but we can do it all in one line of code. And ternary operators are actually extremely easy to use. So how they work is just like an if statement, you're going to have a condition, and that condition is going to be on the left-hand side. And then we're going to follow the condition with a question mark. And if the condition is true, we're going to run the action that comes before the colon. But if the condition turns out to be false, we're going to run the action that comes after the colon. So for example, here we're checking if the user has a membership. Now, if this condition is truthy, if the user does have a membership, well, we're going to execute this action right here. So if the user has a membership, show the video. Otherwise, hide the video. Now let's take a look at the club example. Is our age greater than or equal to 18? Do we meet the age requirement? If we do, you may enter. Otherwise, too young. Now let's jump back into our code to take a look at another example. Let's remove all of this stuff. And I'm going to say, is raining equal to true? And now let's go ahead and create our ternary operator. So I'm going to say, is it raining? If it is, let's go ahead and console log it is raining. Otherwise, let's console log it is not raining. And you can see on line 3, we're printing out it is raining. And that's because this value right here is true. But if we change this value into a falsy value, we're not going to be running this action anymore. We're going to be console logging it is not raining. But like I mentioned earlier on in the video, this can be any falsy value. So let's say the number 0. We're still going to be running the action on the right-hand side of the colon. We can also do this with the club example we were talking about earlier. So let's say, let age equal 19 and let ID equal to true. And what we can also do is we can combine logical operators. So that's the AND operator, that's the OR operator, with the ternary operator. So we can check, is the person's age greater than or equal to 18? And do they have an ID to prove it? Has ID equal to true? So if they're older than 18 and they have the ID to prove it, well then let's go ahead. Yep, you may enter the club. Otherwise, you may not enter. Now we can store the value that this ternary operator gives us inside of a variable. So I'm going to say, let string equal, and I'm going to store this ternary operator inside of this variable. And let's console log this variable and see what we get. And you can see that we're getting you may enter. And that's because both of these conditions are true. The age is greater than or equal to 18, and we do have an ID. So we're executing this action here that comes before the colon. But if either of these conditions are false, let's say we don't have an ID, it's going to say you may not enter. But if we use the OR operator instead, now we're only looking for one side of the comparison to be true. So we're going to check, is our age greater than or equal to 18? Oh, yes it is. This is true. And now, since only one side of the comparison needs to be equal to true, and it's found its true value, bang. It's going to convert this to true, and we're going to see you may enter in the console. And right now you might be thinking, ternary operators are so easy. Why the hell would we even use if-else statements? If you want to do something short and quick, and your actions are just one line of code, that's where ternary operators come in very handy, and that's what you should use. However, if you want to execute multiple lines of code as your action, that's where you want to use if-else statements. That's where you'll be able to write all of those lines of code within those blocks. But again, if you want to do something nice and fast, that's where you'll use a ternary operator. So now that's practically everything you need to know about ternary operators, and now we're going to wrap this section up with a quick little exercise to make sure you understand everything you just learned. So we're back at ASAP Frontend, and currently the user is logged in and they also have a membership. So now what I want you to do is, using a ternary operator, I want you to make it so if the user is logged in and they also have a membership, that we go ahead and show the video. Otherwise, if the user is not logged in and they don't have a membership, well then don't show the video. And then I want you to go ahead and log that result to the console. So I want you to pause the video, go ahead and give this a shot, and once you're done attempting it, we can go ahead and walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find a solution. If you didn't, all good. Let's walk through it together right now. So what we want to do here is we first want to check if logged in is true. So that means, is the user logged in? And we also want to check if the user has a membership. So is has membership equal to true? And if both of these conditions are true, if the user is logged in and they have a membership, what do we want to do? Well, let's go ahead and show the video. Otherwise, let's console log don't show the video. And you can see that since both conditions are true, we're printing show the video to the console. Otherwise, if we change one of these conditions to false, we're printing don't show the video in the console. Now, in order to clean up this code and not duplicate this console log, what we can do is we can create a variable. So I'm going to say let string. And then within this variable, we can actually store the string. So instead of console logging it, and now what we can do is just console log the variable instead. And you can see it looks much cleaner and we're getting the same result. So if this condition is true, this string is going to have a value of show the video, and then we'll log that to the console. Otherwise, it's going to have a value of don't show the video, and we log that to the console, as you can see here. And with that, I have some good news for you guys. That's actually our second topic, conditionals, complete. Now we're going to be moving on to our third topic, which is going to be loops. Now, loops can be a very, very confusing topic, especially for people who are new to programming. So I definitely want you to be paying close attention in this part of the video. So let's start off by talking a little bit about what loops actually are. Well, loops basically just repeat the same code over and over and over again. And it's going to keep looping through that code and running it over and over and over again until you give it a condition to stop. A very simple example that'll show you how useful loops actually are and why we actually need to use them is counting to 20. So imagine we wanted to console log every single number from 1 to 20. So we're going to start off by console logging 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, all the way until we get to 20. And it's going to take us 20 lines of code just to do that. Now, it's even more obvious that we need to use a for loop when we're duplicating the exact same lines of code. So what I'm going to do is use a different method to achieve the same goal of counting to 20. So what I'm going to do is create a variable called counter, and we're going to start off with a value of 1. And from there, let's go ahead and log that to the console. So console log counter. And then after this, let's add 1 to our counter. So we're going to get the counter. And then we're going to add 1 to it. And then let's console log our counter again. So now all we need to do to get to 20 is duplicate this 20 times. So bang, 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 duplicate it over and over and over. This is a very bad way of writing code, and it's not best practice. In JavaScript and in programming in general, there's a very important rule that you need to be following, and that rule is called dry. And dry stands for don't repeat yourself. And this is a very, very important programming concept that I want you to write down. If you ever find yourself copy and pasting and repeating the same lines of code over and over again like this, you need to be thinking to yourself, okay, I'm doing something wrong here. How can I reformat this code to make it more simple? And that's where loops come in to save us, because they let us do exactly that. So instead of duplicating this code over and over and over again, instead, we can use loops. And JavaScript gives us three kind of loops that we can use. We can use the for loop, the while loop, or the do while loop. Now, the only kind of loop you really need to worry about is the for loop. For loops are the most commonly used by programmers. I couldn't even tell you the last time I used a while or a do while loop, because once you know the for loop, you can basically solve everything with it. You won't even need to know these two kinds of loops. But of course, it is also important to understand that there are other kinds of loops out there so that you don't get confused when you run into them. But of course, it is also important to understand that there are other kinds of loops out there so that you don't get confused when you run into them. And really, the only difference between these three is the syntax. So again, even though you can practically solve everything with the for loop, and it's the one that you're going to be using most often, we're going to start off by covering the while loop because it's the easiest to understand. So in order to create our first while loop, the syntax is actually very similar to how we'd write an if statement. So we're going to write down the while keyword, and then we're going to have our parentheses. And within that, we're going to have a condition, right? So within the bracket, we have our condition. And then we're going to have our curly braces. And within here, we write down the code that we want to run if this condition is true. So you can see the syntax is almost exactly the same as the if statement. Now, when we're creating while loops, we need to be very careful because it's very easy to crash our browser. So if I accidentally set the condition within these brackets to be true, and the file saves, which it's automatically going to do because we are using autosave, our live server is actually going to crash. So this is done now. This is this is completely finished. So we need to set the condition to false, open up a new tab, and open our live server there. This one is completely done. So now that this is fixed, what we're going to do is within this while loop, we're going to increment our counter. So we're going to say counter equal counter plus 1. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say I want to keep looping through this block of code. I want to keep incrementing our counter by 1 as long as our counter is less than 5. So as long as our counter is less than 5, as long as this condition is true, we're going to keep looping through this block of code over and over. Keep incrementing our counter by 1 until this condition is no longer true. And from there, we'll move on to the next line of code. So what I'm going to do to show you this is after this while loop, I'm going to console log while loop finished running. And within this while loop here, I'm going to console log while loop ran every single time we loop through this block of code. And you can see that we're repeating this block of code. We're logging this to the console 1, 2, 3, 4 times before we finish our while loop and move on to the next line. And just a quick tip, if we're using a while loop, it's actually easier to use less than or equal to. And that just makes it easier on us because we know that whatever this number is, is how many times the while loop is going to run. So right now we have the number 5, and we know that the while loop is going to run 5 times. If we have, say, 7, we know that the while loop is going to run 7 times. Now what I want you to do is console log every single number from 1 to 20. I know I'm throwing you into the deep end with this one, and if you can solve this, I will be absolutely amazed. But if you can't, that's completely expected. Just give it your best shot, and then we'll walk through the solution together. But when you're learning to code, the most important thing that you need to be doing is going out and trying stuff on your own. So I'll give you a couple of seconds to pause the video and give this a shot, and once you're done, we can walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you had some success with this one. If you didn't, that's completely okay. Let's walk through how we can solve this exercise right now. So in order to print out every number from 1 to 20, here's what we have to do. First off, instead of console logging this string right here, we need to console log the counter variable that we're incrementing. Now, we didn't actually go through this, so if you managed to figure this out, I'm actually super impressed. And if you didn't, that's 100% expected. So in the console, we've currently got numbers printing out from 1 all the way to 7. So in order to get numbers from 1 to 20, we need to change this number here to 20. And you can see we get all of those numbers in our console. And that's because we are looping over this code 20 times. We're starting off with our counter equal to 1. And then we go down to our while loop. And before we can run this code, we check if this condition is true. Is our counter less than or equal to 20? Yes, it is. So let's go ahead and run this code. Let's console log our counter. And then let's increment our counter by 1. So let's add 1 to our counter. So counter is now equal to 2. So now we've gotten to the end of this block of code, and we want to go back up and repeat it again. But before we can do that, we have to make sure this condition is still true. So we go back up and check again. Is counter still less than or equal to 20? And remember, we incremented our counter by 1, so counter is now equal to 2. So we're checking, is 2 less than or equal to 20? Yes, it is. So let's go ahead. We can repeat this code again. Let's console log our counter and then increment by 1 again. So counter is now equal to 3. And again, we've gotten to the end of this block of code and we want to go up and repeat it. But before we can do that, we have to make sure this condition is still true. So before we can run this code again, we check, is counter less than or equal to 20? And counter is now equal to 3. So we're checking, is 3 less than or equal to 20? Yes, that's true. So let's go ahead, repeat this code again, console log our counter, increment our counter by 1, and counter is now equal to 4. And we're going to keep repeating this over and over. We're going to check if this condition is still true. If it is, we're going to console log the counter, and then we're going to increment our counter by 1. We're going to go back up to the top. Before we repeat this code, we're going to check, is this condition still true? Yes, it is. Console log the counter, and then increment our counter by 1. And we're going to keep repeating this process over and over. As long as the counter is less than or equal to 20, as you can see here, we're going to keep on repeating this code, logging our counter to the console, and then iterating it by 1. Over and over and over and over. And then once we get to 20, what's going to happen? We're going to check, is 20 less than or equal to 20? Yes, it is. So we're going to run the code, we're going to log this to the console, and then we're going to increment our counter by 1. So now our counter is equal to 21, and we want to repeat the code again, but we have to check if this condition is still true. Is 21 less than or equal to 20? No, it's not. This condition is no longer true, which means we cannot repeat this code any further. We're going to break out of the while loop, and we're going to move on to the rest of the program, to running the rest of our lines of code, and then we're going to console log while loop finished running, as you can see here. So in a nutshell, that's all loops really are. They're just going to repeat this block of code over and over and over, constantly checking if the condition that we give it is still true before each repetition. And as soon as the condition is false, we're no longer going to run the code. We're going to break out of this while loop and move on to the rest of our program. Now, like I mentioned earlier, it's good to know that the while loop is there, but you can literally do all of this stuff with the for loop. And the for loop is just way more common. Literally every single developer uses a for loop, and I don't even remember the last time I've seen a while loop in a code base. So it's safe to say that 99% of the time you are going to be using a for loop. So now let's see how we can count from 1 to 20 using a for loop instead of a while loop. So let's comment out all of these lines of code. And let's create our first for loop. Now, just like the while loop and the if statement, how we create a for loop is we use the for keyword followed by parentheses and then curly brackets. And this syntax here, you're just going to have to memorize. Now, within the parentheses, we're going to initialize I to 0. Now, we can call this anything we want. We can call it counter, count, but I stands for index in programming, and literally every single developer uses I for their for loops. So that's what we're going to be doing. So now that we've created our variable called I, what we're going to do now is add a semicolon, and that's going to separate it from the next thing that we have to do. So once we create our variable, we need to give our for loop a condition. So for this example, I'm going to check if I is less than 5. And now what we're going to do is we're going to add a semicolon to separate it from the last thing that we have to do. So now we've created our variable, we've given it a condition to check. Now all we have to do is increment our variable. So I equal I plus 1. And that's just so that we don't get an infinite loop that crashes our live server like we did earlier on in the video. And now what we can do within our for loop is let's go ahead and console log I. So now what you'll see if your browser didn't crash, so if you didn't add this fast enough and you had autosave on, your browser probably did crash. So what you'll need to do is grab your live server and open it up in a new tab. But once you get that fixed up, you should see numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the console. And I just wanted to quickly show you that there's actually an easier way that we can increment our variable. So I equal I plus 1 is actually the same thing as I plus plus, but just look how much shorter and nicer that is. So we can either do I plus plus or plus plus I, and that's going to give us the exact same thing, but we're just going to use I plus plus. Now, immediately, we can already see a ton of similarities between the while loop and the for loop. So first off, in both loops, we're initializing a count variable. So in our while loop, we call it counter, and in our for loop, we call it I for index. In both loops, we give it a condition to check, and if that condition is true, well then we run the code. If the condition is not true, then we exit out of the loop. And in both loops, we're incrementing our counter so that eventually these conditions will be false and we can exit out of the loop. In our for loop, we're doing I plus plus. In our while loop, we're doing counter equal counter plus 1, which would be the same thing as counter plus plus. This is just the easier way to increment a variable by 1. As well as plus plus, we also have minus minus, and that's going to decrement this variable by 1, so decrease it by 1. But going back to our for loop, you might be feeling very confused right now, but don't worry, that is completely expected. For loops took me quite a bit of time to wrap my head around too. So when you're just starting out, you can always start from 0 and set this number here to however many times you want to loop over this code. So if you want to loop 50 times, you'll just type in 50. And since we're starting from 0, as you can see here, it's going to end at 49. So we are looping over this code 50 times, but since we start at 0, we're going to end at 49. So if we wanted to start at 1 and end at 50, all we need to do is console log I plus 1. And as you can see here, this is the exact same kind of result we would get from our while loop. But we turned 5 or more lines of code into 3 lines of code. Now, to make sure you understand this stuff, I want you to write this down in your notes. So within the parentheses of our for loop, we have to do three things. The first thing is create our I variable and then set I to 0. And then follow that by a semicolon. And then after that, we want to do I less than however many times we want to loop over this code. So we want to loop over this code 20 times, we'd type in 20. And then semicolon. And finally, we increment I by 1, so I++, and that's going to increase this variable by 1 every single time we loop over this code to make sure we don't get stuck in an infinite loop. And then after that, curly braces, and then we type in whatever code we actually want to loop over. The for loop is also pretty flexible, and there's a lot that we can do with it. For example, let's say we didn't want to start from 0, we wanted to start from 1, and we still wanted to loop over 50 times. We could do I less than or equal to 50, and instead of doing I plus 1, we can just console log I, and that's going to give us the same result. We can even start from 2 or 3 or 4, and you can see that our for loop is going to work just fine. Also, we aren't limited to incrementing by 1. So if we really wanted to, instead of I++, we could do I plus equals 2. So this is basically the same thing as doing I equal I plus 2. It's just, again, a faster way of doing things. And this is actually going to go ahead and increment I by 2. And if we really want to, we can increment our counter by 3, 4, 5. But most of the time, we're not going to want to do that. We're just going to want to increment our counter by 1. So we're going to be using I++. So again, this for loop is pretty flexible, but all you need to remember just to keep things simple for yourself is let I equal to 0, I less than however many times you want to loop, and I++, or ++ I, doesn't make a difference. So now let's jump into a little exercise to apply everything that you've learned so far. So that's going to be data types, variables, conditionals, loops, everything that we have learned so far. And this question is pretty difficult, so don't feel bad if you can't solve this so early in your JavaScript journey. But with that being said, this exercise is going to be very, very good practice for you. So I do want you to try and solve this on your own. But before you dive straight in, we're going to quickly walk through this exercise together, and along the way, I'll give you a couple tips on how you can actually solve this problem. So first things first, we want to write a for loop that loops through 1 all the way to 15. We've done this before. We've created for loops that start from 0, but this time we want to start from 1 and go all the way through to 15. If the number we're currently on is odd, then we want to print ASAP, so the string ASAP, to the console. If the number we're currently on is even, then we want to print the string frontend to the console. And finally, if the number is divisible by 5, then we don't want to do any of this. We want to print the string ASAP frontend to the console. So let's take a look at how this works in the examples. So 1 is going to print ASAP because it is odd. 2 is going to print frontend because it is even. 3 is going to print ASAP because it is odd. 4 is going to print frontend because it is even. And then 5 is going to print ASAP frontend. So even though it is odd, we don't want to do that. If it's divisible by 5, forget all of this stuff and print ASAP frontend. And the same goes with 10 and 15. Even though they are even and odd respectively, if they're divisible by 5, which both of these are, we want to forget about these two and we want to print ASAP frontend to the console. Now, if you've done a little bit of programming in the past, or you're feeling extremely confident, feel free to just dive into the exercise now. Because what I'm going to be doing now is giving you a few pointers on how you can go about solving this problem. So if you're completely new to programming or you aren't feeling too confident, you can stick around for that. So the first thing we want to do is we want to write a for loop that loops through numbers 1 to 15. So earlier on, we created a for loop that started from 0. So what did that look like? So we type in for, parentheses, let I equal to 0. So we initialize our variable, and then semicolon. After that, we add our condition. So I less than however many times we want to loop over. So in this case, we want to loop 15 times. So we'll type in 15. semicolon. And then after that, we want to make sure we increment our variable here by adding plus plus I. So that's going to add 1 to our counter each time we loop over the code within the curly braces so that we don't get stuck in an infinite loop. And if we go ahead and console log I, this is going to loop 15 times starting from 0. But we don't want to start from 0, we want to start from 1. So in order to do that, let's change I to 1, and then we'll change this condition from less than to less than or equal to. So now we're actually looping through 1 to 15. So that's one part of this problem solved. Now our second problem is how to figure out if a number is even or odd. Now when we were talking about numbers earlier on in the video, you might remember me using the percentage symbol. Now if you don't remember, this percentage symbol allows us to calculate remainders. So for example, if I go 9, percentage symbol 3, we're going to get 0. And that's because 9 is perfectly divisible by 3. There would be no remainders, so we get 0. But if we go 10, percentage sign 3, we are going to get 1 because the remainder is now 1. And we can actually use this percentage symbol to tell us whether a number is even or odd. So if you ever want to figure out if a number is even or odd, here's what you got to do. So all we want to do is get the number, percentage symbol 2. And this is returning 0, which means the number is even. But if the number does not return 0, that means the number is not even. And that's because, by definition, any even number should be perfectly divisible by 2 and should return 0. So if this number is not 0, then the number over here is not even. So again, in order to check if a number is even, we get the number, percentage sign, 2, and if that returns 0, and this gives us true, well then we want to print front end to the console. Otherwise, if this doesn't return true, then we know that the number is odd and we want to print ASAP to the console. But if we want to check if our number is divisible by 5, so we can print ASAP front end, we do the same thing that we're doing over here, but then we replace this value with a 5. So 10, percentage sign 5. If that gives us 0, well, we know that the number here is perfectly divisible by 5. So if this right here gives us true, then we want to go ahead and print ASAP front end. So now I think you have enough information to where you won't feel super lost when trying to solve this problem. So I'll give you a couple of seconds now to pause the video, give this a shot, and don't get frustrated if you can't solve the problem. Purely just attempting the problem is going to make you a much better programmer. So go ahead, give this a shot, and after you're done, we'll walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find a solution, and if you didn't, I'm just as proud as you for actually going out and giving this exercise a shot. So now let me show you the solution. So the first thing we want to do is write a for loop that loops through 1 to 15. So in order to do that, we first have to create our variable and then set its value to 0. Actually, we're going to set it to 1 because we want to start from 1. And then after that, semicolon, and then we add our condition. So that's I less than or equal to however many times we want to loop through this for loop. So we're going to say 15. And then after that, the last thing we have to do is increment our variable here. So this is going to add 1 every single time we loop through this code. Now let's just quickly console log I so that we know we're looping through 1 to 15. And you can see, yes, we are. We're getting 1 to 15 in the console. So that's the first part of our problem complete. So now we want to check if the number is even or odd. If it's odd, let's print ASAP. If it's even, let's print front end. So how do we do that? In order to check if the number we are currently on is odd or even, we need to type in I, so that's the current number that we're looping through, percentage sign 2. And we can check this to see if it's working. And let's console log I to see what's running. Now, what you'll notice is that this console log is running for every single number that isn't even. So that's every single number that's not divisible by 2. That's 1, 3, 5, 7. So why is this not working? Why? We're checking if the number is even here, right? I percentage sign 2. No, that is not correct. We are checking if there is a remainder when we divide it by 2. So for example, if we do 2 percentage sign 2, this is going to give us 0. And if you remember earlier on in the video, I taught you that 0 is a falsy value. So this if block is not going to run if we get 0. This if block is not going to run if our number is perfectly divisible by 2, hence even. So how do we check if it is divisible by 2? How do we check if it is even? Well, if the number is divisible by 2, if the number is even, this is going to give us 0. So if this gives us 0, so if the current number that we're iterating through, percentage sign 2, gives us 0, is equal to 0, if this condition is true, then we want to run the console log. And now we are going to see all of our even numbers. And instead of printing a number here, we want to print the string front end to the console. So let's go ahead and type that in. And now we can see we're printing front end for every single even number we loop through. Now, just to make this a little bit clearer, what I'm going to do is create a template string. So that's a string with backward ticks. And let's use this syntax right here. So $, curly braces, so that we can actually put a variable inside of our string. In this case, we're going to put our index. And then let's add a dash in here to separate our variable and our string. Now what we also need to do is print ASAP for every single number that is not even. So what we can do is we can say else console log, and then let's create a template string, put the variable inside here, and then let's print ASAP. And what we're saying now is if the number we're currently looping through is divisible by 2. If the number we are currently looping through is even, well then let's go ahead and console log front end. Otherwise, if the number we're looping through does not meet this condition, if it's not even, well then it must be odd. So let's go ahead and console log ASAP. So now that's this part of the problem solved. Now the last thing that we need to do is if the number is divisible by 5, we need to scrap all this and then print ASAP front end instead. So in order to do that, what are we going to do? Well, let's head to the top over here. And before we check if the number is even or odd, let's go ahead and check if the number is divisible by 5. And if our number is divisible by 5, what do we want to do? Well, we want to print ASAP front end to the console. So I'm just going to copy this and type in ASAP. And now let's see what we get in the console. Now over here, this number 15, it's actually printing twice. This number 15 is printing the console log on line 19. So that's this one here. And it's also printing the console log on line 25. So that's this one here. And we don't want to do that. Number 15 should only be pointing to ASAP front end. And we're also facing the same issue for number 10. As you can see, it's printing twice in the console, one for line 19 and one for line 22. So how do we make sure we're only running one console log for each number? Well, this is where the else if condition comes in very handy. So if we change this one here to else if, it's going to make sure only one of these blocks will run. And the reason we put this one over here at the top is because we want to execute this one first. So before we check if our number is even or odd, the first thing we're doing is we're checking, is our number divisible by 5? And if that's the case, if our number is divisible by 5, then we're going to console log ASAP frontend. So now, for the case of 10 and 15, we're only going to hit this if block, and then we're not going to hit anything else. So if our number is divisible by 5, we console log ASAP frontend, and then we forget about the rest of this code. And that's why if we take a look at the console now, you're going to see that 15 is only pointing to ASAP frontend, and 10 is also only pointing to ASAP frontend. And just like that, we have the solution to our problem. We have 1 printing ASAP, 2 printing frontend, 3 printing ASAP, 4 printing frontend, 5 printing ASAP frontend, 10 printing ASAP frontend, and then we have 15 printing ASAP frontend as well. And that's exactly what we're seeing here in our example. So if you're seeing this in the console, give yourself a pat on the back because we just wrapped up an extremely difficult exercise. This question perfectly wraps up everything we've learned so far. So that's for loops, that's variables, data types, conditionals, everything we did in the previous sections. So if you didn't manage to solve this problem on your own, here's what I want you to do. I want you to have another shot at solving this problem on your own. So get rid of everything here and try and knock out the problem on your own. And if you're still feeling confused, don't worry, you can have another look at the solution, maybe take some notes on it and try and gain a little bit more of an understanding of how everything is working. And once you've done that, you can go ahead, remove this, and try and solve the problem on your own. But either way, it's super important that you solve this problem before we move on to the rest of the crash course, because it's such a good question. It covers everything that we've learned so far. So pause the video, give this a shot, and once you're done with that, we're going to be moving on to another exercise. Yes, we are going to be doing 2 exercises back to back to make sure you really understand for loops, because they are important, but they can be a little bit difficult. So let's walk through the details of this exercise, and then you'll get a chance to jump in and solve it on your own. So what we want to do is print out all of the characters from the string ASAP frontend. So we want to print out every single character from this string. So in our example here, this is what we want to see. We just want to loop through this entire string and console log each and every single character within this string separately. So we're going to start off at A, so capital A, and then loop through the entire string and then finish off at lowercase d. So if you're feeling confident and you feel that you could solve this problem, I'm going to give you a couple of seconds now to pause the video and give this a shot. Hey, hopefully you managed to find the solution. If you didn't, that was 100% expected. Do not worry. Let's walk through this problem together right now. The first thing we are going to be doing is creating a variable. So let str, and we're going to put this string inside of that variable. And now that we have our string, what we want to do is create a for loop to loop through every single character of this string. So how many times do we want to loop over? Well, let's count the amount of characters in this string. So let's start off. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we've got 13 characters within this string. And how do we loop over something 13 times? Well, that's easy. All we need to do is initialize our variable, and we're going to start off at 0. So let I equal to 0. And then after that, our condition is going to be I less than however many times we want this for loop to run. So we want to loop 13 times. So we're going to type in 13 and then finally plus I to make sure we're incrementing our index. So now our for loop should be looping over this code 13 times. And just to make sure that's true, we're going to console log I. And if we take a look at the console, you're going to see we start at 0 and we go all the way to 12. So we are actually looping 13 times. But there's actually a much easier and much better way that we can do this. If we go ahead and take our string and we type in .length, so we use the .length property, you're going to see that we also get 13. So instead of having to count all of the characters within our string, which would also get really annoying if we had a ton more characters, what we can do instead is just get our string. So that's this string variable right here, and just access the .length property. And you can see that our loop is still running 13 times. So starts at 0, finishes at 12. But this method is just more efficient. If we change this to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you're going to see that our loop is still looping through each index of our string. So this is something you're definitely going to want to remember. If you want to loop over every single character within a string, use I less than string.length. So let's change this back to ASAP frontend. And now that we're looping over this string, what do we want to do? We want to log each character of the string to the console. So in order to do that, all we have to do is access our string and then single out the character at index I. And if we take a look at the console now, you're going to see we're printing out every single character in the string. So we're starting off A, S, A, P. We're printing out the space, F, R, O, N, T, E, N, D. And just like that, I want to say a huge congratulations to you because you've just written your first dynamic for loop. So because this for loop is dynamic, no matter what this string is, so let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's going to print out every single character in the string with no issues. So this is definitely one for your notes. This is a situation that you're going to be running into quite often as we build out projects. If you want to print out every single character of a string using a for loop, this right here is how we do it. And with that, I have some good news for you. We are officially done with loops and we're going to be moving on to our next topic, which is going to be functions. But before we move on, I just want to quickly let you know that if you are feeling confused, if you are not understanding things right now, just keep working your way through the crash course. Crash courses are meant to make you feel stupid. Every single student that has gone through ASAP Frontend has told me that the crash courses has made them feel stupid and overwhelmed. But when you do the projects and when you do the challenges that are coming later on in the course, that's where everything you learn in this video starts to come together. So keep moving through the crash course and keep taking your notes and learn to get comfortable with that feeling of being overwhelmed because it's the #1 sign that you are learning. So with that out the way, let's jump into talking about functions and what they actually are. So first things first, functions in JavaScript are really important to understand, but unfortunately they are quite difficult to wrap your head around if you are new to programming. I remember when I was going through my first JavaScript course and the instructor started talking about functions, I had absolutely no clue what the hell was going on. I took notes, I did the questions that the instructor told me to do, but I still couldn't get it. But it was after I did more exercises and built more projects on my own that I started to understand it and everything came together. So don't feel frustrated if you don't understand functions the first time around. You are not meant to. Just do what I did, just keep taking notes, keep coding along, keep pushing through the course. And trust me when I say that everything will come together. So now let's start talking about what functions actually are. So functions are just reusable blocks of code that perform a specific task. So essentially, functions are just blocks of code that do something. And the reason we love functions is we can use them to perform actions that would usually take tons of lines of code in just one line. And when we call a function, we can actually give it different values. So let's jump into a code example to actually show you the usefulness of functions. So let's say we want to welcome people to ASAP frontend. So console log, hello, Iman, console log, hello, Alex, and then console log, hello, John. But you can see that there's a lot of repeated code here. So this entire part, console log, hello, we're repeating that across 3 lines of code. The only thing that's different about these 3 lines of code is the names. And if you remember earlier, we talked about the dry principle. So do not repeat yourself. So this code right here is all repeating, and we don't want to do that. So instead of repeating all of this code here, how can we use a function to help us out? So in order to create our first function, we're going to use the function keyword. So we just write down function, and then we want to write down the name we want our function to have. So I'm going to call this function greet user. And once we write the name down, we have to follow it with parentheses and curly braces. And what I'm going to do now is move the console log inside of this function and remove the rest of these. So you can see that even though we have a console log inside of the function, nothing is actually printing out to the console. And the reason for that is that by default, functions aren't going to run themselves. So they aren't going to execute the code that is within them. And this is why functions are really good for our performance, because we're not running code that doesn't need to be run. For example, if you head to ASAP frontend and you hit this mark complete button, when you hit this button, a function is going to run. So marking the lesson complete is actually a function. So as soon as we click on this button, we call that function, and that's when the block of code within that function can actually run, and that's actually going to set the lesson complete. So the same goes here. All we need to do to run the code that's within the function is to actually call it. So in order to call a function, all we need to do is type in the name of the function that we want to run and then parentheses. And if we look at the console now, you can see that the console log on line 3 is actually running. But like I told you earlier, we can also pass values into functions. So if I'm greeting users on ASAP frontend, this doesn't have to stay as Iman. We can actually make this dynamic. So in order to pass a value into a function, there's 2 things that we have to do. The first is to pass in what we call a parameter in the function declaration. And don't let these long words intimidate you. This thing right here is the function declaration. So function declaration. And this is actually where we create our function. So we use the function keyword, we give our function the name we want it to have, and then within the curly braces, we pass in the code that we want this function to perform. And this second part here is where we actually call the function. So we can just write down call the function. So this first part here is how we actually create a function. And then this second part is how we actually then call on that function. But again, like I mentioned earlier, we want this name to be dynamic. So how are we actually going to do that? So like I said earlier, within the function declaration, so where we create our function, we have to create what is called a parameter. So within our parentheses, we create a parameter. And we can call this parameter whatever we want. We can call it a bunch of random text, but in this case, I'm going to call it name because it makes the most logical sense. And all this parameter is doing is saying that we expect some sort of value to be passed in to the function when we call it. And then we can use that value within our function through this parameter. So what we can actually do is we can console log our parameter. But in the console, you're going to see that we're going to get undefined. So line 4, we're running this console log, and our parameter is undefined. So undefined means that its value doesn't exist. It doesn't have any kind of value. And the reason we don't have any value is because when we call our function, we're not actually passing in any values for it to use. Now, this part is very difficult to understand, but in order to pass a value into a function, what we have to do is within the parentheses, we type in the value that we want to pass in. So in this case, we're passing in our name. So we're just going to write down our name. So now what's going to happen is when we call our function and we pass in this value within the parentheses, JavaScript is going to take this value and assign it to the name parameter. And now we can access that value within our function. So now if we take a look at our console, you can see that on a line 4, we're actually console logging the value that we're passing in to the function. Because again, when we call this function, this parameter is being assigned whatever value we write within the parentheses. So when we console log this name parameter, we're console logging whatever value we're passing in. So right now we've written Iman, so it's going to console log Iman. But if we change this to Alex, it's going to console log Alex. If we change this to John, it's going to console log John. And this is how we write reusable code. So what we're going to do now is we're going to uncomment this code and we're going to change this to backticks so that we can actually use this parameter within our console log. So $, curly brace, and we're going to access the name parameter within this string. And this is how we greet users Iman, Alex, and John using reusable code. So now if we want to change the greetings, we only have to do it in one place. So let's say I wanted to change all of the welcome messages from hello to greetings. All I have to do, go within this function, change this to greetings, and then all 3 console logs are automatically going to be changed to greetings. So all we have to do is change it in one place, and it's going to change all across our code. And this should give you just a little snippet into how powerful functions are in JavaScript. Functions make our code so reusable. So this is what you need to be writing down in your notes. There's 2 parts to functions in JavaScript. There's the function declaration, and then there's actually calling the function. The function declaration is where we create our function and actually define the code that we want to run. So in this function, what are we doing? Well, we're welcoming people to ASAP frontend. Inside of the function declaration, we can also accept parameters. And we aren't just limited to one, we can accept as many as we want. So as well as a name parameter, let's also add a time parameter. So you can see we can accept multiple parameters and just separate their names with a comma. Now let's go ahead and use this parameter in our code. So instead of saying greetings, I'm going to say good, and then $, curly brace, and then the time. So this is going to be morning, afternoon, or night. And if we take a look at the console now, it's going to print good, undefined, and then the name. And why is that? Well, it's because we are only passing in one value when we call the function. So this is the second part of the function, actually calling the function. Now we only have to declare the function once, so we only have to create it once. But we can call the function as many times as we want. So we can call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, and it doesn't matter, which is why functions make our code so reusable. But if our function has 2 parameters, well, that means it's expecting us to pass in 2 values when we call the function. And right now, we're only passing it 1 value. And that's why we see undefined in the console. So we need to pass our function 2 values. So let's go ahead and remove these 2. And how do we actually pass in multiple values when we call a function? It's very simple. We just separate it with a comma. So I'm going to give it a second string called morning. And now you can see we're printing in the console, good morning, Ayman. Let's give this another shot. Let's call the function again. But this time the name is going to be John and the time is going to be evening. And now we can see good evening, John. So this is something that is very important for you to remember. When you call your function, you need to make sure that the amount of values you're passing in is the same as the amount of parameters we actually have in the function, and it also needs to be in the same order. Now, these values we pass into the function, we call them arguments. So the amount of arguments that we pass in when we call the function needs to be the same as the amount of parameters we have, and again, needs to be in the same order. So for this example, you can see that we're passing in 2 arguments when we call the function. And where we declare our function, we also have 2 parameters. So this name that we have here is going to get passed into this first parameter and then down to here. And then the time that we have second is going to get passed into this second parameter and then down to here. And the same thing is happening in our second function. We're taking the name John, we're passing it into this name parameter, and then that's going to go down here. And then we're taking evening and we're passing it into this second parameter, and that's going to go down here. So again, this is very important to remember. How many arguments we have, and the order of them must be the same as the parameters. We can't pass in the name second and then the time first and expect the function to figure things out. Nope, it's going to assign the first thing here to the first thing here, and the second thing here to the second thing here, the third thing here to the third thing here, and so on and so on and so on. Now, a lot of the time in programming, we want to use a value that's created by the function. So we want our function to do some sort of action or perform some sort of calculation and then use the result of that outside of the function. So in order to do this, in order to use a value that the function generates outside of the function, we have to use what's called the return keyword. Now let me show you what I actually mean. So let's clear out all of this stuff and let's create another function. So I'm going to use the function keyword, and then we follow that with the name we want our function to have. So I'm just going to call this main, and then parentheses. In here, we're going to pass in any parameters that we want our function to have. In this case, we don't want any, and then curly braces. And then in here, we write down what we actually want our function to do. So in this case, let's just say I want to console log hello world. And now we have declared our function, we've actually created it. Now let's go ahead and actually call it. And what are we getting in our console? We're getting hello world, so no surprises here. But now let me show you how to actually return a value from a function. All we have to do is type down the return keyword, and then after that, specify the value that we want to return back to the main program from this function. So for example, let's return the value ASAP front end. And now you can see that we're no longer running our console log. We can no longer see hello world in the console. And that's because whenever you use the return keyword, no code after it is going to run within the function. So as soon as you use the return keyword, the function is going to exit out. It's going to return this value here back to the main program, and it's not going to run the rest of the lines of code within the function. And VS Code is kind of telling us this because look, our console log is kind of grayed out, which means it's not going to run. And now if we hover over our function, you're going to see it has a value of a string. So when we use the return keyword, this function call is going to be equal to whatever value we are returning, which in this case is a string that says ASAP frontend. So this function call here is going to be equal to a string called ASAP frontend. So if we console log this function, you're going to see we're getting ASAP frontend in the console. But if we change the value that we're returning from a string to a number like 10, you're going to see our function is now equal to a number. It's equal to this number that we're returning. And that's why when we console log our function call, we get 10 in the console. So in a nutshell, when we use the return keyword, our function is immediately going to exit. So that means the rest of our lines of code are not going to run. And it's not just going to do that. It's going to look for where we called the function, and it's going to pass whatever value we chose to return into here. So this function call is going to be equal to whatever value we choose to return. So this right here is the exact same as console logging 10. Now I know this was a lot to take in such a short amount of time. Functions are probably the most difficult part of this crash course, so don't feel bad if you aren't understanding things. You are not meant to. That's why we have our easy and advanced exercises later on in the course to drill the fundamentals into you and make sure you know everything you need to land your first job. So those videos are super important. You don't want to miss those, or else you won't remember anything you just learned and nothing will make sense anymore. Now let's dive into another example just to make sure you're really understanding everything. So let's say we wanted to calculate the sum of two numbers. So we wanted to add two numbers together. So let's change the name of the function to sum. And again, what do I want to do? I want to add two numbers together and return the result. So for example, when we call our function and we pass in the numbers 2 and 4, we want to add those together and then return that value. So let's figure out how we can do that. So first things first, let's actually call our sum function and console log it. And what are we going to get in the console? We are going to get 6. And that's because we are returning 2 plus 4 within the function. But in order to make this dynamic, so let's say we wanted to add numbers 5 and 4. Like I mentioned earlier on in the video, we need to make it so the amount of arguments we're passing into this function, so that's the amount of values we're passing into the function when we call it, is the same as the amount of parameters. So that's how much values we're actually expecting to be passed into the function. So in a nutshell, that basically just means if we're passing in two values, we have to accept two values as well. And again, the order of these arguments is actually very important. The first argument is going to go to the first parameter. The second argument is going to go to the second parameter. So I'm going to create two parameters. The first one is going to be called num1, so that's number 1. And the second one is going to be called number 2, so that's num2. So this first argument is going to get passed in to this first parameter, and this second argument is going to get passed in to this second parameter. So this will be 5 and this will be 4. So let's go ahead and add them together. num1 plus num2. And let's see what we get in the console. We're going to get undefined. So when you're calling a function and you're console logging it and you get undefined, what does that mean? It means you're not returning anything within the function. So we're not returning any value within our function. So when we call the function and we try and console log its value, we're going to get undefined. So no value at all. So what we're going to do is go ahead and return the sum of our two numbers. So we're going to return a value back to the main program, and that value is going to be num1 plus num2. So that's the sum of our two numbers. And now you can see if we console log our function, we're getting the sum of our two numbers. So 5 plus 4 equals 9. Now let's go ahead and change these values. So 5 plus 10 instead. We're going to get 15 in the console. And now let's go ahead and change this to 15. We're going to get 25. But again, I keep saying this over and over and over. but I can't stress this enough. The order of these arguments is very important because let's say we were doing something different, like dividing instead. Right now, we're getting 1.5, but if we switch the order around of our numbers, you're going to see we get a completely different answer. So that's why you need to make sure you're paying attention to the order of your arguments. The first will get passed to the first, the second to the second, and so on and so on and so on. So now you know the basics of functions. It's time to put your skills to the test with a little bit of an exercise. And this one might look familiar to you. We did this exercise earlier on in the crash course, converting US dollars to Australian dollars, but we didn't actually get to do it with functions. So nothing is changing about this exercise. We still want to convert Australian dollars into US dollars using this formula. So we're going to do this by creating a function called convert USD to AUD. And that function is going to take in a parameter. And we can pass any number of US dollars into that parameter. And then within the function, we're going to take the amount of USD that we're passing in, and then we're going to convert it into Australian dollars using this formula, and then return that value from the function. So for example, we pass in 1000, we run it through the formula. So 1000 times 1.5, that's going to give us our AUD value, and that gives us 1500. So we return that value. So now I want you to pause the video, go ahead and dive straight into this problem. Doing the exercises I tell you to do will help you so much in making the theory stick. So go ahead, give this your best shot, and once you've done that, we can go ahead and walk through the solution together. Alright guys, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find a solution. If you didn't, all good. Let's walk through the solution together right now. So first things first, what do we want to do? We want to create our function. So in order to do that, we type in the function keyword, and then we follow that with the name we want our function to have. So in this case, it's going to be convert USD to AUD. So let's write that in. Convert USD to AUD, and then we follow the name by parentheses. And within these parentheses is where we write down our parameters. So that's the values that we expect to be passed in to this function when we actually call it. So in this case, what values are we going to be passing in to this function? It's going to be our US dollars. So let's create a parameter called dollars. So this function is going to accept a dollar value. And now let's create an Australian dollars variable. So I'm going to call this AUD, and let's make this AUD equal to our dollars. So that's USD times 1.5. And what you'll notice is if we spell our parameter's name wrong, VS Code is actually going to tell us. So it's actually telling us that this parameter is not being used based on the coloring of it. So look at how it's kind of grayed out. But as soon as we spell the name right, bang, it's going to light back up. And that's how we know we're actually using this parameter. And the same goes with this variable. It's actually dimmed out right now because we aren't using it. So VS Code actually makes our life a lot easier with these features. So if we mess something up, let's say we forget to add this multiplication symbol, VS Code is actually going to let us know with this red squiggly line. So now we've converted our US dollars into Australian dollars within this variable. Now all we have to do is actually return this value. And that's the first part of our function done. So where we actually create the function. So now what we have to do is call this function. So in order to do that, all we have to do is write down the function's name. So convert USD to AUD, and then parentheses. And since this function has one parameter, it's expecting one value to be passed in whenever we call the function. So within our parentheses, we have to pass in our one value, which in this case is the amount of US dollars we want to convert into Australian dollars. So just for this example, let's type in 1000. And right now we can see nothing printing in the console, and that's because we actually have to console log the value that we're getting from this function. So now if we console log this function, we're going to get 1,500 Australian dollars. And this is what we expected. So now let's check 500. We should be seeing 750 in the console, and yes, we do. And finally, 200. We should be seeing 300 in the console, and yes, we do. So we're passing all 3 test cases, which means our solution is correct. But there's a quick tip I want to show you, and that's if we're creating a variable and returning it right away within a function, there's actually no point in doing that. What we can do instead is just get rid of this variable entirely and just return this instead. And this is going to give us the exact same answer, but it just looks that little bit cleaner. So 200 US dollars, we're still getting 300 Australian dollars. 500 US dollars, we're still getting 750 Australian dollars. And 1,000 US dollars, we're still getting 1,500 Australian dollars. So just look how clean everything is with functions. Everything is just so much more reusable, so much more clean, and this is why we love functions in programming. So throughout the rest of the course, you can expect to be getting tons more practice with functions. So currently, we've covered how to create functions using the function keyword. So that's the first way of creating functions. We write down function, and then we follow that with the name that we want our function to have. But there's actually a second way that we can create functions. So let me show you how to do that. So let's remove all of this stuff here and remove all of these console logs except this last one. And now let's recreate this function using the second method, which is called arrow functions. So this right here, this is a regular function. So we can just call this regular function. And now we're going to walk through how we can create a function using the arrow method. So in order to create an arrow function, we just write down const and then the name that we want our function to have. So in this case, let's say convert USD to AUD. And when we create an arrow function, we set it equal to, first of all, parentheses. So we aren't using the function keyword anymore. So these parentheses here are going to take in any parameters that we have. So in our case, we have our dollars parameter. So when we are creating an arrow function, we would put the parameter within here. And then we do an arrow, which is the equal sign, and then the greater than symbol. And then we open up our code block. So this is the syntax that you're just going to have to memorize. So instead of using the function keyword, we use the const, and then we write down the name that we want our function to have, just like we would with a regular function. And then we make this const equal to an arrow function. So the parentheses, and then we put any parameters that we have within the parentheses. If we don't have any, we just leave it blank. And then we write down the arrow and then the code block. And you can see that we're getting an error in the console because we have 2 functions with the same name. So let's comment this out. And you can see that we're now getting undefined in the console. And this means we created our new arrow function correctly. So when we are calling this function now, we're actually calling this arrow function. So now let's actually return a value. So let's say ASAP frontend. And you can see in the console, we're going to get ASAP frontend. But we don't just want to return this string. We actually want to return our US dollars converted into Australian dollars. So let's copy this. And instead of returning this string, we're going to return the US dollars that's getting passed in. So that's the amount of US dollars we're passing into this parameter. multiply it by 1.5 to give us our Australian dollars, and then return that value, and we see 1.5k in the console. So these are the two methods for creating functions. This is definitely something you want to write down in your notes. So the first method is using the function keyword like we mentioned earlier. And the second method is creating a const and then an arrow function like we covered just now. And with that, I have some really good news for you guys. That's actually the functions section of this video complete. So with that being said, it's time to move on to our next JavaScript topic, which is going to be arrays. And let's start off this topic by talking a little bit about what arrays actually are. Now, arrays are another type of data structure in JavaScript, but they're a little bit more complex than your strings, your numbers, your booleans. So in turn, they're going to be a little bit harder to understand. So what arrays actually do is allow you to store multiple data values in a single variable. And let me show you what I mean by that. So for example, let's say we're at the grocery store shopping. And let's say we picked up a couple of items, 4 items to be exact. So item 1 is we picked up some apples. Item 2, we decided to buy some bananas. Item 3, we also decided to buy some eggs. And finally, item 4, we decided to buy some milk. Now, it doesn't make logical sense to store all of our different items into separate variables. And let's say we had like 20 or 30 items in our shopping cart. Are we going to have to create 20 or 30 different variables for each and every single item we chose to buy? Well, this is where arrays come in very handy. And like I mentioned earlier, they allow us to put multiple values inside of one variable. So let me show you how we can actually create an array. So I'm going to start off by creating a variable called array. And to create an array, all we have to do is write down these square brackets like this. So this is the syntax to create an array. And inside of this array is where the real magic happens. Inside of this array is where we can add all of the different values that we want to store inside of this one variable. So let's go ahead and store all 4 of these items inside of this array. So in order to do that, we would add our first value. So that's apples. And after that, we'll add our next item. So that's bananas. And we have to separate each item within the array with a comma. So we have 2 items within this array. We have our apples and we have our bananas. Let's also go ahead and add our eggs, and finally, our milk. So now, instead of having 4 different variables for each one of our items, we've managed to put them all within one single variable. So now you can already see how useful arrays are for when we want to store collections of data that relate to each other. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. Let me show you what's actually possible with arrays. So let's start off by just logging our array to the console to see what we get. And if we take a look at the console, you're going to see we get our array of 4 items. But what if we just wanted to get one of these items? What if we just wanted to single one of these out? Well, if we take a look at the console, you're going to see that each and every single item in our array has an index, just like we saw with strings. And that index starts from 0 in the first item of the array and then goes up from there. So 0, 1, 2, 3, just like strings. So funnily enough, how we single out items from an array is the same way we would with characters from a string. We use these square brackets, and then within here, we specify the index of the specific item from the array that we want to single out. So let's say we want to single out this first item of the array. We know that the index starts from 0, so 0, and then goes up from there. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So to target this first element, within the square brackets, would specify that we want to single out the item with an index of 0. And you can see that we get the first item of our array in the console. So that's how we target the first element of an array. So we call these different items, these different values that we put inside of our array, elements. So that's how we'd get the first element of an array. Now let's say we wanted to get the last element of an array. How would we do that? Well, there's actually two ways that we could do this. The first way, so let's console log, is to get our array, and then we're going to hard code the index that we want to target. So we're going to go to our array. This one has an index of 0, 1, 2, and 3. So we know that the last element of the array has an index of 3. So we are going to say that's the element that we want to target. But this isn't the best way to do it, because if we add another element to the end of our array, let's say cheese, you can see that we're no longer targeting the last element of our array. So that's why we don't want to hard code the index that we're targeting, because if we do add any elements to the array, we have to go in and change it ourselves, which can be very annoying. Now let's talk about the second way that we could do this. So just like strings, arrays actually have access to the .length property. So if we go ahead and console log array, and we add on the .length property to the end of it, we're going to see the number 5 in the console. And that's because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements in our array. And if you remember with strings, the last character of the string always has an index of string.length take away 1. And the same goes with arrays. The last element is always going to have an index of array.length take away 1. So if we get our array and we say we want to target the element with an index of array.length take away 1, you can see we're going to get the last element of our array in the console. And this way, if we ever change the length of our array, if we remove or add items, we're still going to get the last element of our array. So now you can see we're printing the first element of our array to the console, so that's apples. And then over here, we're printing the last element of our array to the console, which is milk. So this is definitely one you do want to write down in your notes, because this is something you're going to be doing very often when working with arrays. So now that we have that out of the way, let's dive into how we can actually add elements onto an array. So let's say we wanted to purchase another item and add that onto our array. How we would do that is by getting our array and using the .push method. And if you're wondering what a method is, it's basically just a function that's built into JavaScript and that we can use at any time. And we use the .push method very often when we're working with arrays. So this is very important to understand. Now what the push method is going to do is add on a new value to our array right here. And in the parentheses, we specify what value we actually want to be added to our array. So in this case, I'm just going to say bread. And now let's console log our array to see what it looks like after we have pushed this value onto it. And we can see in the console that bread is getting added on to the end of the array. Now, I'm about to tell you something very important that you need to understand. JavaScript executes code line by line. And what I mean by that is that JavaScript executes the code top to bottom. So it's going to work its way and execute one action at a time. So it's going to start off at line 1, execute this line of code, and then line 2, and then line 3, and then line 4, and then line 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's going to work its way through our code one by one in this order. So when we run this console log on line 7 to get the last element of our array, it's actually going to give us milk. And that's because we haven't actually got to line 9 yet. We haven't actually pushed this new value to the end of our array. So when we run this console log on line 7, we're going to get milk because that's currently the last element of our array. And then we're going to go to line 8. And then line 9, we're going to push this new value to the end of our array. We go to line 10 and then line 11. We console log our array. And now that we have already added our new element to the end of our array, we see it in the console. So that's something you definitely need to remember. Our first array method is the dot push method, and we use that to add new values to the end of our array, and that JavaScript executes its code line by line. So that's why when we console log the last element of our array on line 7, we see milk, but once we push the new value to the end of our array on line 10, and we console log our array on line 12, we see bread as the last element. So now what we're going to be doing is moving on to our second array method, and that is going to be array.filter. Now this one here is going to be pretty difficult to understand. This is where JavaScript gets a little bit more tricky. You are not expected to fully understand the dot filter method. The only way you're going to understand it is by using it again and again and again, which we are going to be doing tons throughout the course because it is so important. But for now, just focus on getting a basic idea of what the dot filter method is, why we use it, and take some notes on it. So now let's actually talk about what the dot filter method does. So the dot filter method basically allows you to pass in a test or condition, and then what it's going to do is go through every single element in our array, and if the element passes the condition, it's going to remain in the array, and if it doesn't pass the condition, so it doesn't pass the test, it's going to get kicked out of the array. So it does what its name says. It's going to filter out certain items based on the condition that we give it. So with the dot filter method, within the parentheses, we actually have to pass in what's called a callback. So let me show you how we actually create a callback. We do this by writing parentheses, so parentheses within the parentheses, and then we create an arrow function, so equal, and then greater than, and then curly braces. So this is the syntax of a callback function. And right now you might be thinking, this is very similar to how we created an arrow function. So we'll do the exact same thing. So the parentheses, and then the arrow, and then the curly braces. And you'd actually be right. But the only difference is that in this case, we're making this variable that we've created equal to the arrow function. But in the case of the callback, we're passing it in as an argument. Now I know that was very difficult to understand, but just stay with me. Just write this down in your notes, and over time, you'll just memorize the syntax. So now we have our callback function. What do we actually do with it? Well, what we can actually do is within the parentheses, the first parameter that we give this arrow function is a stand-in for every single element in the array that goes through this function. So like I mentioned earlier, every single element in this array is going to go through this test. So every single element in the array is going to go through this callback function. So we're going to run the function once where we pass in apples as the argument, and then we're going to run the function again where we pass in bananas, and then eggs, and then milk. And within the curly braces, that's where we actually write down what we want to test each element for. But for now, let's actually just console log element. And let's actually get rid of everything else, just to make everything easier to understand. And now we can see that every single element in our array is getting printed to the console one by one on line 5. So every single element is going through this callback function within our filter method and getting printed to the console. So now you might be thinking, okay, I know that every single element in the array is going to go through this callback function within the filter method. But how are we going to use this callback function here to filter and test our elements? Well, it's actually just a simple case of returning true or false. So every single element in the array is going to go through this callback function. If the function returns true, the element is going to stay in the array, so it's not going to get filtered out. But if the function returns false, the element is going to be filtered out of the array. So we're going to get rid of it. And what you also need to know is that the dot filter method is not like the dot push method. So remember when we used the dot push method, it actually went in and added a new value to the end of this array. And that's because the dot push method is what we call a mutating method. So that's mutating method. And what a mutating method means is it's actually going in and mutating. It's actually going in and changing the original array. The dot filter method is not like that. It's what we call a non-mutating. So non-mutating method. And what that means is the dot filter method does not change the original array. It creates a copy of this array, so it's going to go ahead and duplicate it and then filter through it, filter through that copy. So that way the original array is left untouched. So if we create a new variable, call this filtered array, we're actually going to have a duplicate of this array with our filters applied onto it. So let's go ahead and console log this new filtered array and see what we get in the console. And if we take a look at the console, you can see that on line 8, we're console logging an empty array. So our filtered array is an empty array. And that's because, like I mentioned earlier, every single element is going to go through this callback function and it's only going to get added into this array if this callback function returns true. Otherwise, if it returns false, it's not going to be added onto the array. And you can see here that within our callback function, we're not returning any value. So we're returning undefined. And what is undefined? Undefined is a falsy value. So all of our elements are going through this callback function and it's returning undefined, so they're not getting added onto the array, which is why our filtered array is empty. But if we go ahead and make it so our callback function returns true, all of our elements are going through this callback function and they're returning true. So they're all getting added on to the filtered array, which is why we can see all of our elements when we console log our filtered array. So let me make this easier for you to understand with a visualization. Our filtered array is starting off as empty, and then we're going to run this callback function for the first element of our array. So that's apples. We're going to console log the current element we're on, and we're going to return true. So when JavaScript sees this return true, it's going to say, yep, we can add this item onto our new filtered array. So we're going to add apples. And then now we're going to move on to the next element of the array. So that's bananas. We're going to console log that. JavaScript is going to see this return true again. So yep, let's go ahead and add this on to our filtered array as well. Now let's run this callback function for eggs. Pass that in, console log our element, and it's returning true. So it's going to add this element to our filtered array. And then we're going to run this callback function for milk. We're going to console log our element and it's returning true. So it's going to add that element to our filtered array. So this is what the filter method looks like behind the scenes. And this is where things start to get very interesting. Let's say our apples were $20. Our bananas were $15, our eggs were $10, and our milk was $30. And let's say we wanted to filter out every single item on our cart that was more than $15. So that means we only want to return true within this callback function if the current element that we're iterating through is less than or equal to 15. Now, how do we do that? Well, it's actually pretty simple. So within our callback function, all we have to do is check if the current element we're on is less than or equal to 15. And if that condition is true, well, let's go ahead and return true on this callback function. And now, if we take a look at the console, you're going to see that we only have two items within our filtered array. So 15 and 10. So all of the elements that have a price that is greater than 15, they're getting cut out of this filtered array. Only elements that are less than or equal to 15 in price are returning true, and thus a part of the filtered array that we're logging to the console on line 11. So let's walk through what's happening step by step one last time just to really drill this into you. So we're starting off, our filtered array is empty, and we're going to go to the first element of the array. So that's this price of 20. We're going to run it through the callback function in our .filter method. We're going to log it to the console. So that's this one here. And after that, we're going to check if the element we are currently on is less than or equal to 15. So right now we're checking, is 20 less than or equal to 15? No, that is not true. So we're not going to run this return statement, and hence we aren't going to add 20 to our filtered array. Now we're going to move on to the next element in our array, which is going to be 15. So we're going to run it through the callback function. We're going to log it to the console, as we can see here, and then we're going to check if 15 is less than or equal to 15. Yes, that's correct. That's true. So we're going to run the code within the if statement. We're going to return true. And when the filter method sees a return true, what is it going to do? It's going to say, okay, let's add on this element to our new filtered array. Now let's move on to the next element of our array. So that is 10. We're going to run it through the callback function. We're going to log it to the console. And then finally, we're going to check, is 10 less than or equal to 15? Yes, that is true. That is the case. So we are gonna run the code within the if statement. We're going to return true, which means 10 is going to get added on to our new filtered array. Now we move on to the last element of the array. So that's 30. We log it to the console. And then we check, is 30 less than or equal to 15? No, it is not. So we can't return true, which means it's not getting added on to the filtered array. Now, what if I told you we could do everything in here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines of code all in one line. So write this longer method down in your notes. And once you have that down, let me show you how we can do this a lot faster and a lot cleaner. So first off, this parameter we have right here, if we're only using one parameter, we can actually remove the parentheses. And everything is still going to work the same. Everything is going to work fine. So again, just to be ultra clear, if we just have one parameter, it's completely fine to remove the parentheses. But when we have multiple parameters, yeah, that's when we have to use parentheses. But again, one parameter, no parentheses needed. Now the next thing we can do is, instead of checking if element is less than or equal to 15 and then returning true, this comparison itself already gives us a boolean. So if this is true, it's going to give us true. But if it's false, it's going to give us false. So we don't actually need this if statement. We can just return the expression itself, and that's going to give us the exact same result. every value that's less than or equal to 15 is getting added to our filtered array. And how this is happening is we're looping over our entire array. We start off at 20, we're checking, is 20 less than or equal to 15? This gives us false, so this callback function is going to return false. 20 will not be added. Now let's move on to 15. Let's check, is 15 less than or equal to 15? That returns true, so the callback function is returning true. 15 gets added to our filtered array. Now we move on to 10. We check, is 10 less than or equal to 15? Yes, it is. It returns true, so we're returning true on the callback function, and 10 is getting added to the filtered array. And finally, we get to 30. We run it through the callback function, and we check, is 30 less than or equal to 15? That returns false, so we're returning false on the callback function, so it's not getting added to the filtered array. Now, would you believe me if I told you there was another way we could make this even shorter? In order to do that, there's something you need to understand about callback functions. So if we have these curly braces in our callback function and we only have one line of code, and in that one line of code we're returning a value, what JavaScript actually lets us do is remove the curly braces entirely and also remove the return keyword. And this is the exact same as using the curly braces and returning a value in one line of code, but just look how much shorter it is and how much better this looks. So now what we're going to be doing is jumping into a little exercise to apply everything you just learned. So we're going to be going back to the nightclub, and what your job is to filter out all the people who are not 18 or older. Let's take a look at an example. In this first array, we have an 18, 20, 16, 15, and 21-year-old, and our job is to filter out all of the people who aren't 18 years old or older. So that means we're removing the 16 and the 15-year-old from the array. In the second example, we have a 16, 17, 14, 15, and 19-year-old, and our job is to filter out all of the people who are under 18 years old. So in this case, we're filtering out everyone over here, and we're left with only 19. So your job is to filter out the people who are underaged from the array, and then log your new filtered array to the console. So go ahead, pause the video and give this a shot. And once you've given it your best attempt, you can go ahead, play the video, and we'll walk through the solution together. And what I want you to do is try and do this using the long method, so using the if statement way, or using the short method, so the one-liner method that I taught you just before we jumped into this exercise. So pause the video, give this a shot, and come back once you're done. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution. If you didn't, all good. Let's jump into how we can solve this right now. So first things first, we have to actually create our original array. So I'm going to say let people, and that's going to be equal to an array of people who are 18, 20, 15, and 21 years old. And now that we have our array of people trying to enter the nightclub, what we want to do is actually filter out all of the people who are underaged, so under 18 years old, from this array. So first things first, we're going to create a new variable called adults, and this is going to store our new filtered array that only has our people who are 18 and older. Now let's grab this array right here. So that's the array with all of the people, and let's use the dot filter method. Now, when we use the dot filter method, what do we have to do? We have to pass in a callback function as the argument. And this callback function is very similar to an arrow function. Inside of the parentheses, we have to add our parameter. So that's going to be our element. And every single element in our array is going to go through this callback function and get passed in to this element's parameter. So if we write down console log our element, you can see that every single element in our array is going through the callback function and getting logged to the console. But we don't just want to console log our element. We want to check if the current element that we're on, so the current number, is it more than or equal to 18? Is the person's age more than or equal to 18? Are they 18 or older? And if that's the case, what do we want to do? Well, we want to return true. Because when the callback function returns true, JavaScript is going to say, okay, we can add this element onto the new filtered array. Otherwise, if the element doesn't meet this condition, we're not returning true, so JavaScript is not going to add it onto our new filtered array. So now if we go ahead and console log our filtered array, you're going to see that all of the people who are younger than 18 years old are getting filtered out of the array. So that's the long method complete. Now let's go ahead and reduce this down to one line like we did before. Let's get rid of this console log. Since we only have one parameter, we don't actually need these parentheses. This expression right here returns a boolean, so there's no point in having an if check when we can just return the expression itself. And you can see we're still getting the exact same result in the console. And now what we can do is with callback functions, if we only have one line of code within the curly braces, and that one line of code is returning something, JavaScript actually allows us to get rid of this return keyword entirely, get rid of our curly braces, and that's going to give us the exact same result. Now, if you're just starting programming, array methods can be extremely difficult to wrap your head around, especially these ones that take in a callback function. So if you aren't really too sure about things right now, do not worry. As I've said a million times before, this is 100% expected. As you go through the rest of the course and do all the challenges and projects, you're going to understand all of this stuff, so just keep pushing through. Now, what I want to quickly jump into is how to actually loop through an array using a for loop, because this is something you're going to be doing very, very often, and it's very important that you know how to do this. So let's remove all of this stuff, and let's just have a nice, simple array of elements. Now, in order to loop through an array of elements using a for loop, all we have to do is first create our for loop. So that's for, and then parentheses. And like I mentioned earlier, strings and arrays are very similar in the fact that their indexes start at 0 and then go all the way up to dot length, take away 1. So if we take a string, dot length, take away 1, that's going to be the index of the last value, so 0, 1, 2, and the same with an array. If we dot length the array, take away 1, that's going to be the index of the last value. So the way we loop over a string using a for loop is the same way we would loop through an array. So that's let I equal to 0, and then we're going to go until I is less than people.length, and then we're going to make sure to actually increment our index. So again, it's exactly the same as how we looped over a string. So if we go ahead and let's console log our index, we're going to see that if we get rid of this quickly, that we're looping through every single index in our array. So that's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now all we have to do is use this index here to access each element of our array. And we do this the same way we did with characters of a string. So we're going to grab our array, use the square brackets, and then in here, we're going to say we want to single out the element at index I. So I is starting off at 0, so we're going to console log the element at an index of 0, so we get 18. Then we're going to loop over this code. I is now going to be 1, so we're going to console log the element with an index of 1. And then we're going to loop over the code again. I is now equal to 2, so we're going to console log the element with an index of 2. And then we're going to loop over again. I is now equal to 3. We console log the element with an index of 3. And finally, we loop over one more time. I is now equal to 4, so we console log the element at an index of 4. So now my challenge for you is, now that you know how to loop through an array of elements using a for loop, I want you to attempt this problem right here without using the dot filter method. So we're going to be doing the exact same exercise, but this time we aren't allowed to use the dot filter method. Filter out all of the people who aren't 18 years old or older, and then log that new array to the console. Now, if you have previous programming experience or you're feeling extra confident, what I want you to do is pause the video, go ahead and give this challenge a shot. But if this is your first time programming or you aren't feeling too confident, don't worry, stick around, and I'm going to give you a couple of tips to hopefully make this exercise easier for you to solve. So let's talk about how you should actually go about solving this problem. So since we're not using the dot filter method, and what it does is create a new array from scratch so that it's not mutating the original array, like it's not changing the original array, we're actually going to have to do the same thing. So we're going to create a new empty array from scratch, and then I would call it adults, just like we did earlier. And you're going to see how this empty array is going to be very useful in a second. So now we have our new empty array that's going to store our filtered elements. And we also have our for loop that is currently looping through our original array that we want to filter. So now what we want to do is, for the current element that we're iterating through in this array, we want to check if age is 18 or older. And if this condition is true, then add the element to the new array. Otherwise, if it's false, just skip past it. And now once we've looped through every single element in our original array and we've filtered them out, all there is to do now is to console log the adults array. I hope these tips have made it a little bit clearer to you what you actually have to do. Now what I want you to do is go ahead, solve this problem on your own, give it your best shot. So pause the video, and once you've done that, we can walk through the solution together. Hey guys, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution to this problem. If you didn't, as I always say, that is 100% okay. Now let's walk through how I would solve this problem. So the first thing we want to do is create a new empty array called adults. So I'm going to create a variable called adults, and inside of that, we're going to store an empty array. So now we have our array where we're going to be storing all of the people who are 18 plus, who are adults. So now what we have to do is we have this for loop that's looping through every single element in the people's array. And now what we want to do is we want to check if the current age that we're iterating over in this array is 18 or older. If it's true, if the age we're currently iterating over is 18 or older, well then we want to add that element to our adults array, because that means that person is old enough to get inside of the club. Otherwise, we don't want to do anything. We don't want to add them into this adults array. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's check if the current element that we are on is more than or equal to 18. And if this condition is true, if the current element we're iterating over is 18 or older, we want to add that element onto the adults array. So if the element that we are currently on is 18 or older, let's grab the adults array and let's push a new value. So dot push is going to add a new value to the end of this array. And within the parentheses, we're going to say that the value that we want to push to the adults array is the element that we're currently iterating over. So now we're looping through every single person in the people's array and we're checking if they're 18 or older. If they are, we add them onto the adults array. If they are not, we do nothing. Now let's go ahead and console log our adults array to see if this is working. And now if we take a look at the console, you're going to see that we're filtering out every single age that is younger than 18. So you can see 16 and 15 have not been added to this new adults array. And that's our problem solved. That's how we filter elements within an array without using the dot filter method. Now what we're going to be doing is jumping into another very, very important array method that is quite similar to the dot filter method. So once you've looked over this code or you've taken notes on it, let's get rid of all of it. And in order to teach you this new array method, let's create an array with numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And just quickly, if I wasn't clear enough about this earlier, we can actually store any kind of data type inside an array. So we can store strings, numbers, booleans, and we can store all of them together. So we can have multiple different data types in a single array. But most of the time, we aren't going to be doing that. When we're dealing with arrays, it's typically going to be just one data type. So now that we have that out of the way, let's actually jump in to the new method that I want to show you, and that's called the dot map method. So we're going to grab our array and add the dot map method to the end of it. And just like the dot filter method, the dot map method actually accepts a callback function as an argument. And if you forgot how to create a callback, it's just an arrow function. So that's the parentheses, and then the arrow, so the equal sign, the greater than, and then the curly braces, just like a regular arrow function. And again, just like the dot filter method, this actually accepts a parameter. And just to be clear, when we have a callback function, we can call this whatever we want, right? It's still going to work just fine. But I like to call my parameter element because it makes the most sense. And again, very similar to the dot filter method, every single element in the array is going to go through this callback function and get passed in to this parameter. So if I console log element within the callback function, you're going to see that all of the elements in our array are getting logged to the console one by one. Now you might be thinking, okay, I kind of get what's going on here, but why the hell would we use the dot map method anyways? Well, we use the dot map method when we want to turn every single element in our array into something else. And what these elements are actually turned into is determined by what we return within this callback function. So for this example, let's return null on every single callback function, and that's going to turn every single element in this array into null. So if we console log our array now, you're going to see that nothing has actually changed. And that's because the dot map method is a non-mutating method. So it's a non-mutating method. And we briefly covered this earlier, but what it means is it's not going to change the original array. When we use the dot map method, it's actually going to create a clone of this array. So it's going to create a new array and then make the changes to that cloned array to leave this array untouched. So what we need to do is create a variable that's going to store the new array that our dot map method creates. And if we go ahead and console log this new array, we're going to see that every single element in the array has been turned to null. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements in this original array, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nulls in our new array. And again, that's because the .map method is going to loop through every single element in this array and put it through this callback function. And whatever this callback function returns is the value that we're going to assign to that particular element. So we start off at 1, we put it through the callback function, we log it to the console, and then the callback function returns null. So we're going to assign it the value of null. The next element 2, we put it through the callback function, we log it to the console, and we're returning null. So we're going to turn this number right here into null. Now we move on to 3. We put it through the callback function, we log it to the console, and the callback function returns null. So we're going to turn 3 into null. The same thing with 4. We put it through the callback function, we log it to the console, the callback function returns null, so we're going to turn 4 into null. And finally 5, we log it to the console, we're returning null, so we turn 5 into null. And that's why we see null, 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 and null. So the .map method is going to loop through every single element in our array and turn it into whatever we return in the callback function. So if we return true, every single element is going to get turned into true. If we return the number 2, every single element is going to get turned into the number 2. If we return hello world, every single element is going to get turned into hello world. And just like the dot filter method, what can we do? We can actually reduce all of this code down to one line. So first things first, if we only have one parameter within a callback function, we can actually just remove the parentheses entirely. And in a callback function, if we're using the curly braces and we only have one line of code, and that one line of code is returning something, we can actually remove the curly braces entirely and remove the return keyword entirely, and we're going to get the exact same result. So now what we're going to be doing is jumping into a little challenge to apply what you've just learned. And this exercise might be a little bit familiar because we're doing a currency converter exercise. Now what I want you to do is turn each element in an array from US dollars into Australian dollars. And you're probably already familiar with the US dollar to Australian dollar formula by now. But let's just go through it one more time. In order to get our Australian dollar amount, all we have to do is get our US dollar amount and multiply it by 1.5. And if we take a look at a couple examples here, you can see we've got an array of US dollars. We multiply them all by 1.5 and we get 15, 30, 45, and 60. This array here, 100, 150, 35, we multiply them all by 1.5 and we get 150, 225, and 52.5. So this is going to give you some really good practice using the .map method. So go ahead, pause the video, go ahead and give this a shot. And I want you to do it the long way, so that's with the curly brackets and the return keyword, and the short way, so that's without the curly brackets and without the return keyword. So again, go ahead, pause the video, give this your best shot, and once you're done, we'll walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution, and as I always say, if you didn't, that's 100% okay. Let's walk through how we could solve this together right now. So first things first, I'm going to create a new variable called AU dollars, and that's because we know that the .map method creates a new array, and we're going to store that inside of here. So let's grab our array of US dollars, and let's map through it. So we're grabbing our US dollars array, and we're using the .map method to map through, loop through every single element in the array. And we know that the .map method takes in a callback function. And every single element in this array is going to go through this callback function and get passed into this parameter here. So if we console log element, you can see every single element in this array is going through this callback function and getting logged to the console. But we don't just want to console log the element that we are currently on. We actually want to turn all of these elements into Australian dollars. And how are we going to do that? Well, it's quite simple. All we have to do is return, and what we're going to return is the element that we're currently on multiplied by 1.5. So the current US dollar that we're on times 1.5, and that's actually going to turn the US dollar amount that we have here into Australian dollars. So now if we go ahead and console log our AU dollars array, you can see that we are getting 15, 30, 45, and 60, which is the expected output of this array. So now that we've done this the long way, let's do a little bit of cleaning up. Since we only have one parameter, we can actually get rid of these parentheses entirely. And since we're using curly braces and we only have one line of code within the curly braces, and that's returning something, we can get rid of the curly braces, get rid of the return keyword, and that's going to give us the exact same result, but it's all on one line. So if you manage to get these two solutions, give yourself a massive pat on the back. But now what I'm going to make you do is something a little more challenging. What I'm going to make you do is turn each element in an array from US dollars to Australian dollars without using the .map method. So go ahead, give this a shot, really rack your brain on how you could solve this. And once you're done giving it your best shot, we'll walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution. If you didn't, no worries. Let's walk through how we would solve this right now. So first things first, we're going to create a new array. So a new empty array, and this is going to be called AU dollars, so Australian dollars. So once we have our new empty array, what we want to do is loop through every element in the US dollars array. And while we're doing that, we want to turn every element, so turn each element from USD to AUD by running it through the formula. And once we've converted it from USD to AUD, we want to add each element onto the AU dollars array. And once we're done looping through every element in the US dollars array, turning it from US dollars into AU dollars, and then adding them into the AU dollars array, we want to go ahead and console log the AU dollars array. So we're going to start off by creating a new empty array. So we're going to create a variable called AU dollars, and within that, we're going to store an empty array. Now that we have our empty array, we want to loop through every single element in the US dollars array. So how do we do that? We create our for loop, let I equal to 0, loop until I is less than US dollars, dot length, and then make sure to actually increment our index, so plus I. So now what we want to do is turn the current element that we are iterating through from US dollars to Australian dollars. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab the current element that we're iterating through. So that's US dollars at position I. And if we go ahead and console log this value, you're going to see that we're going to get each element of our array logging to the console one by one. So instead of console logging our elements here, let's go ahead and actually turn each element from US dollars into Australian dollars. So in order to do that, we have to run it through the formula. So we have to take our US dollar amount, multiply it by 1.5, and that's going to give us our Australian dollars amount. So if we go ahead and take our US dollar amount and then multiply that by 1.5, you can see that the values that we're getting in the console are exactly the same as the expected output over here. So all we need to do is then take these values and then add them onto the AU dollars array. So instead of console logging this value here, we're going to go to our AU dollars array, and for each element that we loop through, we're going to run it through the USD to AUD formula, so multiply it by 1.5, and then we push that value onto the AU dollars array. Now all we have to do is then go ahead and console log our AU dollars array. So now all we have to do is actually go ahead and console log our AU dollars array. So console log. And if we take a look at the console now, you're going to see that we are getting the expected output. So now that we've finished this exercise, I have some really, really good news for you. That's actually it for our arrays topic. So we're done with the really hard parts of the crash course. We went through conditionals, loops, functions, and the very hard parts of arrays. Now we've only got 2 topics left, so just stay with me till the end until we're finally done with our JavaScript crash course. So once you have all of your notes down and you've done all of the exercises I've told you to do, it's time to move on to our second last topic of the video, which is going to be objects. So let's start off by talking a little bit about what objects actually are. Well, objects are just a data structure that allow us to store multiple properties in a single variable. And you might be thinking right now, isn't this the same thing as arrays? And my answer to that is no, not at all. Let me show you why. So for example, let's say a user logs in or creates an account with ASAP Frontend. You can see that we have an email, a password, a name, a Discord, and a subscription status. So if we head to our code, you'd think it'll look a little something like this. So let user email equal example at gmail.com, and then let user password equal test 1234, and then let user name equal John Doe, and then let user Discord equal example Discord, and then let user subscription equal VIP plus. Just take a look at how many variables we have just for one user. We have one for the email, for the password, for the name, for the Discord, for the subscription. Imagine we had to create 5 variables for every single user that logs into ASAP Frontend. That's going to get really messy really fast. Well, this is where objects come in very handy, and they allow us to store multiple properties that are related to each other inside one single variable. So let's walk through how we can create an object to store all of this different information about our user. So let's create a variable called user. And in order to create an object, we have to use these curly braces. So similar to how we used these square brackets when creating arrays, we use these curly braces when creating an object. Now within this object, we're going to have several different properties. So let's create our first property. The first property I'm going to create is email. So we're going to write down email, and this is going to be the name of our property. And then after that, we write down a colon. And then after the colon, we specify what value we actually want this property to have. So I'm going to give this email property a value of example@gmail.com within a string. And just like that, we've created our first property. But we're also going to need properties for our password, our name, our Discord, and our subscription. So how can we do that? Well, just like arrays, we're going to separate our different properties with a comma. So when we want to create a new property, we're going to write down a comma, and then we're going to go down, and here we can type down the name of our next property. So I'm going to create another property. I'm going to give it a name of password, and then write down the colon. And then after this, we can give our password property the value that we want. So in this case, I'm going to give it a value of the string 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's our password property complete. Now all we need to do is create one for name, Discord, and subscription. So let's create a comma. And then after that, let's create a name property, colon, and let's give it a value of John Doe. And then the comma before our next property. So that's going to be Discord. And let's give that a value of example Discord, comma, and then our last property, subscription. And that's going to be VIP plus. And just like that, we've taken 5 variables and put them all into one variable. And look how much cleaner that looks. So we can remove all of these variables, and actually accessing the individual properties is very easy as well. So for example, let's say we wanted to console log the user's email. All we have to do is get the name of the object, so that's user, and to single out a property within an object, all we have to do is write down dot and then the property name that we want to single out. So in this case, we just want to single out the email property. So we'll type in user.email, and you can see that we're gonna get the value of the email property printing in the console. So we're grabbing the entire user object and we're singling out the email property. And that's exactly what we're doing at ASAP Frontend. For the user's email, we're accessing the user.email. For the name, we're accessing user.name. For the Discord, we're accessing user.discord. For the subscription status, we access user.subscription. You can see that in the dashboard, we give the user a profile picture that is the first letter of their name. So how we do that is we access the user object .name, we single out the name property, and since this name property is a string, we're going to go ahead and single out the first character of that string. And that's exactly what we do at ASAP Frontend. And you can see that we also track what lessons the user has completed. So how we do this is we have another property within the user object called lessons completed. And within that property, we store an array. And we have to make sure that we're adding the comma when we're adding a new property. And within this array, we store every single lesson you mark complete. So every single video has a unique ID. And whenever you mark a lesson complete, we go to your user object. And then we add the ID of that video to this array. So for example, you might have the first 3 lessons completed. So that's the course introduction, the keys to success, and the system setup. So in your user object, you would have lessons 1, 2, and 3 within this lessons completed array. And we would use that to show you your completion in the dashboard. So this is just a little glimpse into how powerful objects can be. You can see that we don't just store strings, we can store numbers, we can store booleans, we can store arrays even, all within a single variable. So the ASAP Frontend database has thousands of these objects, and we store them inside of an array. So whenever a new user signs up to ASAP Frontend, what's going to happen? we create a new object and we add it to this array. So let's pretend I'm the new user who signs up. Let's say my email is imanmusa@gmail.com. Password, we can leave it. Name, Iman Musa. My Discord, Iman Codes. And let's say I signed up to VIP Plus. And let's say I've completed lessons 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, if we head back to our live server, we're actually going to get an error. And this error says, cannot read properties of undefined, reading 0. And that's on line 22. So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to access the user.name, but this user is no longer an object. It's now an array with multiple objects inside of it. So right now you're used to storing strings, numbers, and booleans inside of an array, but that's not all we can do. We can actually store objects in an array. So this variable right here is now an array of user objects. And let's say we wanted to access the email property within the first user object in our array. How would we do that? Well, we went through how to access the first element of an array earlier on in the video. All we have to do is grab the array, square brackets, and to get the first object in the array, we're gonna single out the object with an index of 0. And if we take a look at the console now, we can see that we have the first object within our array. Now, in order to single out a property, all we have to do is type in .email. So let's say we want to single out the email, and that's going to give us the email of the first object within this array. Let's say we wanted to single out the lessons completed. We would just type in lessons completed, and we get the array of lessons that we have completed. And now let's map through this array. And let's multiply all of them by 3. And you can see that we're getting into a little more advanced JavaScript syntax here. We're going to the users array. We're getting the first object. And then we're getting the lessons completed array from within that first object. And then we're mapping through all of the elements in that lessons completed array. And then we're multiplying them by 3, which is what we see in the console. Now, what we are going to be doing is a little challenge to get you more comfortable working with objects. So what your task is going to be is to create a function that accepts parameters email, password, name, Discord, subscription, and lessons completed. And then what I want you to do within your signup function is to use those parameters to create a user object just like this, and then push that new user object that you created onto this array. So go ahead, give this exercise a shot. I know I'm throwing you into the deep end here. We're combining a lot of the more difficult topics that we covered earlier. But in trying to solve this, your brain's going to be making so much different connections in your brain, firing so much different neurons, and that's going to make you a much better programmer. So again, pause the video, give this your best shot, and once you're done, we can walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to solve the exercise. If you didn't, do not worry. That was 100% expected. The point of this exercise was to really push your brain to the limit towards the end of the crash course. So let's dive into how we can actually solve this problem. So first things first, it says we have to create a function that accepts parameters email, password, name, Discord, subscription, and lessons completed. So let's go ahead and create our function. So we're going to use the function keyword, and then we follow that with the name we want our function to have. So I'm going to call this sign up. And then within the parentheses, that's where we're going to write down all of our parameters. So we're going to have an email parameter, a password parameter, a name parameter, a Discord parameter, a subscription parameter, and finally a lessons completed parameter. And now after all 6 of these parameters have been written down within our parentheses, we're going to go ahead, open up some curly braces, and from there, if we have the Prettier extension installed, we can hit Alt, Shift, and F, and that is going to go ahead and reformat our code for us and make it look that tad bit easier on the eyes. And now let's go ahead and make sure this function works. So let's console log this function ran, and then let's go ahead and actually call the function. And for now, we're not going to pass in any parameters. We just want to make sure our function is actually working. And yep, we know our function is running properly because we see this function ran printing in the console. So now that we know our function is running properly, what we need to do now is actually pass in some values into these parameters when we call our function. So when we call our function for our email parameter, since that's the first, we're going to give it an email of, let's say, johnsmith@gmail.com. For the password parameter, we're going to pass in test123. For the name parameter, we're going to pass in John Smith. For the Discord parameter, we're going to pass in John Smith. And for our subscription status, let's say we're subscribed to VIP Plus. And finally, for how many lessons we have completed, let's pass in an array with lessons 1 and 2 completed. So now we're passing in all of the arguments that we need to pass in. Now let's make sure that everything is working fine and matches up properly by console logging a couple of the parameters. So let's console log the password parameter, the name parameter, and our Discord. And if we take a look at the console, we can see that everything is matching up correctly. We can see the password that we're passing in here. So if we change this, we can see that in the console. We can see the name that we're passing in here in the console and the Discord that we're passing in here in the console. So now we know our function is working fine. What is it that we actually need to do? So the first thing that we need to do is we need to use the parameters. So use these values that we're passing in to create a user object. And once we've created our user object using these parameters, we need to go ahead and push that object onto this user's array. So let's go ahead and start working on this. So we're going to create a new user object within our function. And first things first, we're going to create an email parameter. And what's this email parameter going to be equal to? Well, it's going to be equal to the value that we're passing in through this parameter. So this email property right here is going to be equal to whatever value we pass in the email parameter. And now if we go ahead and console log our user object, you're going to see that we have one property, which is our email property, and that has a value of johnsmith@gmail.com. So writing this is the same thing as writing email equal to johnsmith@gmail.com. But the only difference is now that we're using the value that's getting passed into the parameter, we can change this to whatever we want and it's still going to work. As you can see, whenever we change the email, the value of the email property within our function is also going to change. Now let's do the same for the rest of our parameters. Let's create a password property, and that's going to be equal to whatever value we pass in to the password parameter. So password property equal password parameter. And you can see, if we take a look at the console, our password property now stores the value of whatever we type in or pass in to this password parameter. Now let's also create a name property, and this is going to be equal to whatever value we pass into the name parameter. Discord property is going to be equal to the Discord parameter. Subscription property is going to be equal to whatever we pass into the subscription parameter. And finally, lessons completed, that property is going to be equal to whatever value we pass in to the lessons completed parameter. And if we take a look at the console, you can see that we now have a user object that is based on whatever values we're passing in to this function when we call it. So we have used those parameters to create a user object. Now all we need to do is take this user object that we have created and push that object onto this users array. So we're going to grab the users array. We're going to use the dot push method, and that's going to add a value to the end of that array. And within the parentheses, we're going to say that we want to push this user object. Now let's go ahead and remove this. And if we console log our users array, we're going to see that we now have 3 user objects within our users array. And if we take a look at this last object over here, you can see that it's the object that we created in our function. So if we change this value here from John Smith to John Doe, you're going to see that the email is now going to be johndoe@gmail.com. So that's one way we can solve this problem, but I don't actually really like this solution, and it's not best practice. And the reason for that is because, first things first, we have a ton of arguments and parameters within our function, and that just looks really messy. And the second thing is, if another developer working within our codebase sees this function with just a random email, random string, a random name, another random string that says VIP plus, and a random array, they're going to have no clue what this means. And in order to fix this, in order to make our code better practice, instead of passing in 6 arguments, I'm going to pass in 1 argument. And that 1 argument is going to be an object. And we know that when we're using objects, we have to have properties, right? So right now we only have the values. We have to actually add the property names. So our first property is going to be email. Our second is going to be password. The third is going to be name. The fourth, Discord. The fifth is going to be subscription. And finally, the last one is going to be lessons completed. And this is the best practice way of doing things. Now, when another developer in our codebase looks at this function call, they're not going to be so confused as to what is going on. So they're going to see, all right, this is an email, this is a password, this is a name, Discord, subscription, and oh, this array is for lessons completed. But I just want to mention that as a beginner, it's completely okay to pass in 6 different arguments if that helps you remember things and understand things better. But throughout the rest of the course, we're going to be drilling in these best practices into you to make sure you get hired. Now, if we take a look at the console and take a look at the object that we're passing in to the users array, we can see that practically everything is undefined, right? Everything is not looking as it should. And the reason for that is because we're accepting 6 parameters within our signup function, but now we're only passing in 1. So in order to fix that, all we have to do is go in to this function here and say that we're only accepting 1 parameter. And what we can do now is, since we're already passing in an entire user object, when we call the function, we can get rid of this here, and we can actually just push the user object that's getting passed in to the users array. So when we call the function, we're passing in an entire object into this parameter. So what we can do is we can just directly push this object that we're passing into the function straight into the users array. And now if we take a look at the console, you can see that we're pushing our object into the users array without any issues at all. Everything is looking as it should be, but we've just done it in a much cleaner manner. And just like that, I want to say a huge congratulations to you because we are actually done with the object section of this video. If you aren't feeling too comfortable with objects yet, feel free to play around with the code, maybe add some new properties, remove some properties, change this function around to do something else, see what you can come up with. And once you're done, once you're feeling okay about objects and you've taken your notes, you've done all of the exercises, we can move on to the final topic of this video, and that is going to be the document object model, or the DOM. Now let's start off by talking a little bit about what the DOM actually is. The DOM is a super cool part of JavaScript that actually allows us to change the content and styles of the elements on our website. So do you remember at the beginning of this video, we actually went ahead and changed the entire background color of this page to red using JavaScript. So we typed in document.query selector, and within here, we targeted the body, we accessed its styles, and then from there, we accessed the background color property, and we set it to red. And bang, just like that, we changed the entire background color of our page using JavaScript. And that is what is meant when we say the DOM. It's the part of JavaScript that actually allows us to change and manipulate the elements on our web page. So in order to actually practice this, let's head over to our HTML file. And what I want you to do is create a H1. And in here, let's type in the DOM. And what we're also going to do to practice using the DOM is give this H1 an ID of heading. Now, like I mentioned earlier, the DOM allows us to access this element that we've created right here and change it. So how are we actually going to do that in our JavaScript file? Well, there's actually two ways we could do it. In order to target this element right here from our JavaScript, there's two ways we could do it. So the first method of accessing an element from our JavaScript is first we write down document. And what this is going to do is give us the entire HTML document. So if we go ahead and console log this, and we take a look at our console, and I'm quickly just going to put this to the bottom of my screen, you'll be able to see that this is actually giving us our entire HTML document. So that's this entire thing here with all of these elements. So now we know document is going to give us our entire HTML document. But in this case, we don't want the entire HTML document. We want to target a specific element, which is our heading right here. And this query selector method right here allows us to target a specific element within the HTML document. And how this method does that is it takes in one argument where we specify what element it is that we want to target. And it's actually extremely similar to CSS. So in this example, we have a H1 with an ID of heading. So in order to target that specific element, would say we want to target the element with an ID, so hashtag, of heading. And now if we go ahead and log this to the console, you're going to see null. So we're doing everything right. We're accessing the HTML document, and then we're targeting a specific element, and we're saying we want to target the element with an ID of heading. What's going on here? Why is it not working? Well, the reason this is not working is not because this code is incorrect. All of this code is completely fine. So why the hell is it printing null? Well, the reason this is happening is because our JavaScript file is running before our website actually fully loads. So this JavaScript file is running, and we're going to our HTML document, and we're looking for an element with an ID of heading, but this element has not even rendered on the page yet, so that's why we're getting null. So in order to fix this, we need to make sure that our JavaScript file is running after our page is fully loaded. This way, when we try to access elements in our JavaScript, we won't run into any issues like this. So the first way to do this is by grabbing this script tag right here and then putting it at the bottom of our body tag. And this way you can see that we're actually not getting null anymore. So that's the first way to do it. But the second way to do it, and this is actually the way that I prefer to do it, is by grabbing the script tag, keeping it within the head element, but adding on the defer attribute. So both methods will work, but if we take a look at the console, you should be seeing our h1 with an ID of heading. So this right here is the first method of targeting an element on our web page. Now, the second method, and this is only going to work if the element that you are trying to target has an ID, like it does over here, is we're going to type in document. So that's going to give us the entire HTML document, as you know. And from there, we're going to say get element by ID. So you can kind of see why this would only work for elements that have an ID. And within the parentheses, we specify our ID. And this time we don't have to pass in the hash because JavaScript already knows. It sees get element by ID. It already knows that this is an ID. So we can just type in the name of the ID. No hashtag, we can just do it directly. So if we go ahead and console log this, you're going to see that we're also getting our h1 element with an ID of heading. Now, as well as get element by ID, there's also a bunch of other options that we get here, like get elements by class name, get elements by tag name. But honestly, you aren't going to be using this second method at all, basically. And that's because query selector is generally the preferred way to access elements on our web page. It's faster, it's more modern, so you're going to be using this 99% of the time. But it's good to know that this second method does exist because you could run into it sometime in the future, whether it be when you're reading some code online, or maybe you land a job and you're working in an older code base. So it's good to know that this is here so you don't feel completely lost. And query selector is honestly just much more flexible. It's like all of these different options here rolled into one single method. So for example, let's say our element no longer had an ID, it had a class name. We could simply change the hashtag to a full stop, just like CSS, and now we're searching for an element with a class name of heading. And you can see we're still getting our element. But let's say our element didn't even have a class name. No worries, because with query selector, we're actually able to target elements based on their tag name as well. So we can remove the hashtags, remove the full stops, and just type in the tag name that we want to target, and bang, we are still going to get our element. So again, query selector is the best practice method that you want to be writing down in your notes. And how we target our elements using query selector is just like CSS. So if we have a class name that we want to access, we use a full stop. And if we have an ID that we want to access, we use a hashtag. And these are the two different ways you're going to be accessing elements most often, using a hashtag and using a full stop. So now we know how to target any element on our web page. But now let's talk about what's actually possible once we target an element. So we've gone to our HTML document and we've targeted our h1 element. But what can we do now that we've actually targeted this element? Well, what we can actually do is change the content that's inside of this element. So we can change its inner HTML. So in order to do that, all we need to do is type in dot inner HTML, and then we can set that to anything we want. So let's say, for example, let's set the inner HTML to ASAP frontend. And you can see that the content inside of this element has now changed to ASAP frontend. So right now, we're actually using JavaScript to change the content that is inside of this H1 into something else. So this is what you should have written down in your notes right now. First things first, how do we access any element on a web page? Document, query selector. And how do we change the content, the inner HTML of an element? We use .inner HTML and then we set it to whatever we want. And if you just want to add some content on top of what's already there, that's where we use plus equals. And you can see that this content is just being added on top of the content that already exists within the element. And you might be a little bit confused as to how this works, but let me show you with a quick example. So let's say we have a number and that's equal to 5. If we wanted to add 2 to that number, what would we do? Right, we would get our number and it would be equal to the current value that it has plus 2. And if we log that to the console, we're going to get the number 7. But a shorter way we could do this is by just typing in plus equals 2. And if we take a look at the console, we're going to get the same answer. So variable equal variable plus is the same thing as variable plus equal. We use plus equal when we want to add on top of an already existing value. So now we've actually covered how to change an element's content or HTML using JavaScript. But how do we actually change an element's CSS like we did earlier? Well, let's cover how we can actually do that. Well, first things first, we actually have to target our element. So document, .query selector, and then grab our H1 element. So now that we've targeted our element, what we can do is access the .style property. And once we do this, we can follow this with any CSS property, and from there we'll be able to change it. So for example, if we wanted to change the background color, just like we did in the example earlier, we would just access the background color property and we would set it to red. And you can see our H1 now has a background color of red. And you can see when we're accessing the property names, we're using camel case. Now let's try something else. Let's set our element's color to green. Now let's say we wanted to change the font size. We would just type in font size and let's set it to 8 pixels. And you can see that our text has now massively decreased in size. And that is how you change the CSS of any element using JavaScript. So we've covered how to change an element's HTML and an element's CSS using JavaScript. Now what I want to do to finish up with the DOM is quickly talk about event listeners. So in order to do this, what we are going to do is we're going to add a button element. And in here we can type in anything. I'm just going to type in button. And what event listeners actually allow us to do is when we click on this button, we can run some sort of JavaScript action. And using event listeners is actually pretty simple. All we have to do is go to our button and write down on click equals, and then within the quotes, we write down the JavaScript action that we want to perform when this button is clicked. So it's fairly straightforward. On click, when the button is clicked, JavaScript is going to run the action that we write within these quotes. And the super cool thing is we can actually write JavaScript within these quotes when we have an event listener. So for example, let's say when the button is clicked, we want to console log button clicked. And now what you're going to see is whenever we click on our button, JavaScript is going to go ahead and run this console log. So now let's have a little bit of fun. Let's say we wanted to change the background color of this button to green whenever it is clicked. Let's walk through how we can actually do this. So what we're going to do is remove this console log, and we're going to head back to our JavaScript file, and we're going to create a function, and this function is going to be called change button to green, parentheses, curly braces. And when we run this function, let's go ahead and console log change button to green, just for testing purposes. And now what we're going to do is within our onClick event listener, we're going to say whenever our button is clicked, let's go ahead and run our change button to green function. So we can just write down the name of the function. So change button to green, make sure everything is spelled right. And now whenever our button is clicked, JavaScript is going to go ahead and run this function. Now my final challenge for you in this entire JavaScript crash course is to go ahead and make it so when we run this function, we're going ahead, we're targeting our button, and we're changing the background color to green. So go ahead, pause the video and give this a shot, and we'll walk through the solution together. Hey, welcome back. Hopefully you managed to find the solution. If you didn't, no worries at all. Let's walk through it together right now. So in order to change the background color of this button to green, what we're going to do is go to the document, get the entire HTML document, .query selector. So we're going to target a specific element from the HTML document. And what element do we want to target? We want to target our button. So we're going to target our button based on the tag name. We're going to access the style property. And we're going to say background color equal to green. So now let's go ahead and give this a shot. And if we click on our button, bang, its background color is now green. Now there's one last thing I need to show you before we can wrap up this JavaScript crash course for good, and that's how to change class names using JavaScript. So in the exclusive portfolio website we're going to be building together very soon in the course, what you're going to notice is that on smaller screens, when we click on this button, we're actually going to be adding and removing a class from the body whenever we click on it. And we use this class to determine whether we want our sidebar to be open or closed. If we have the class of open on our body, well, that means we want the sidebar to be open. If we don't have it, well, that means we want the sidebar to be closed. And of course, this is all done using JavaScript. So let's walk through how we can do it. So we're going to go to our HTML, and we're just going to create a div with the class name of sidebar. And what I'm going to do is now create a CSS file. So new file, style.css. Quickly link this to our HTML file. So link CSS rel style sheet href style.css. And just to make sure that everything is working, let's give everything a background color of red. Yep, it's hooked up correctly. Now what I'm going to do is zoom out just a little bit and quickly add some styles for our sidebar, just quickly, so you can just follow along. We're going to target our sidebar. We're going to give it a position of fixed, a background color of black, and we can't see it at all. And that's because we have to set the width. So I'm going to give it a width of 300 pixels and a height of 100 VH. And now we can actually see our sidebar. And what I'm going to do now is give it a top of 0. So that's going to push it all the way to the top of the screen. And finally, a right of 0. And that's going to put it all the way to the right. And that looks pretty similar to how our sidebar looks on our portfolio website. But we don't want our sidebar to be open by default. We want it to be closed, right? Not visible. And once our body has a class of open, then the sidebar pops up on the screen. So in order to achieve this, we're going to give our sidebar a display of none. And then what we're going to do is when our body has a class of open, when the class of open exists, well then we're going to go to the sidebar and give it a display of block. So now you can see when the body has a class of open, so when the class of open exists in our document, these styles are going to be applied. But when the class of open doesn't exist, when our body does not have a class of open, the sidebar is going to disappear. So now we're moving in the right direction, but how can we make it so when we click on this button, we toggle the sidebar to be open? Just like we are over here. Well, let me show you how to do this. Let's head to our JavaScript file and let's just clean everything up. And what we're going to do is create a function called toggle sidebar. And what we're going to do, and this is just something that I always like to do to test if my functions are working properly, is console log function ran. And then what we're going to do is when we click on this button, on click, we're going to run the toggle sidebar function. And if we test this out, we click on our button, you're going to see that every time we click on the button, our function is running and we're logging this to the console. But we don't just want to run a console log when we click our button. We want to add a class of open to our body so that the sidebar actually opens. So in order to do that, we're going to say, when this function is run, we're going to go to our HTML document and we're going to target the body element and we're going to access its class list. And what this is going to do is give us all of the classes that our body element has. So if we go ahead and console log this and then run this function, it's going to be empty. We're going to see no classes. And that's because our body actually has no classes right now. So if we add a couple of classes and we run this function, you're going to see that we're getting all of the classes that our body element has. So let's get rid of these classes. And what we can do now that we've accessed the class list of our body element is we can actually add a class name onto it. So if we type in .add parentheses, and now whatever class that we type within the parentheses is going to be added onto the class list of our body element. So in this case, what class do we want to add to our body? Well, we want to add the open class. And we don't need to add a full stop here because JavaScript already knows that we want to add a class since we're working with the class list. So now you're going to see as soon as we click on our button, bang, a class of open is going to be added onto our body and our sidebar is going to go from display none to display block. But there's actually a better way that we could do this, and that's by using toggle instead of add. And this is going to do the same thing as classlist.add. When we click on our button, bang, the body is going to get a class of open, and hence our sidebar is going to open. But another benefit we are going to get using toggle over add is that when we click on the button, again, it's actually going to go ahead and remove the class from the body. And that's actually a benefit that we don't get using add. So if we change this back to add, you're going to see that yes, it's going to open the sidebar, but when we click on it again, it's not going to close it. So toggle is essentially just going to save us the trouble of having to create two different functions, one to add the class name and one to remove the class name. We can do it all in one function. And with that, I have some really, really good news for you guys. That is actually it for the JavaScript crash course. I know this was super hard to get through, and honestly, I'm just as tired as you. And if you aren't completely understanding everything right now, just know that that's completely expected. As we go through the rest of the course and do the exercises and build the projects, you're going to be understanding so much more about JavaScript.